Theo Waite, and my job title, according to my contract, is Director of Operations at Lichess.
I'm Luca Bonnet, or Lucas. I am the president of the chess charity called Lichess, and I'm also sysadmin.
My name is Chris. I do content things. We're very bad with formal titles at Lichess.
Hello, my name is Sam. I started doing work with Lichess in 2021, and I do development work with Lichess website.
I am Thanh. I'm a developer, and as a developer, I contribute for Lichess with my expertise.
I have been involved with Lichess for about a year now. I was invited as a mod, and I was really happy about it.
I'm Fishy Vishy. I've been volunteering for Lichess for 6 years, and I forgot the question.
Lichess, is a non-profit and mainly volunteer-run. So this creates some kind of challenges when we're operating in a very much for-profit sort of environment and for-profit sort of world.
We have a very high level of donations, I think, and people from all over the world donate to Lichess to keep it running.
I always try to contribute something back to Lichess.
Many other websites would use you basically to run ads and make profit.
I really like the way that Lichess has handled a lot of the issues with women in chess, and I really appreciate the blog post that you guys have done surrounding that.
There's also a lot of opportunities and positives to Lichess as well, pretty much purely because it is a non-profit. It has the best interests of its users at heart.
I really value that Lichess is on open source, because it's available for everyone and also free for everyone.
I think Lichess honestly is a gift to the chess community.
Hello, welcome back everyone to the Lichess broadcast commentary of the Louis Chess Legends 2024 live from Trondheim, Norway. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and it is another day at the office here. Today we'll be watching round 7. It's getting there. We're closing into the conclusion of the event, and 3 more games to go. 3 more games, and those are going to be very important for all the players who is going to be the winner of the first edition of the Louis Chess Legends. And before we dive in straight to the games, let's take a look at some general information about the tournament. And we will be playing 9 rounds of a Swiss system here, and today is round 7, so 3 more games to go. The location is at the Archbishop's Palace in Trondheim, Norway. It is adjacent to the Nidaros Cathedral, which I had the opportunity today to pay a visit. It was such a beautiful cathedral and very rich in history as well. And for the time control, the players will get 90 minutes for 40 moves with the additional of 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And they will have 30 seconds increment from move number 1. So technically, the games can go over and over without any finishing time. Well, that's if the players can go for more than many hours. And here, the first one is 28,400 euros. And let's take a look at the standings. So we still have a sole leader for this round. Grandmaster Bence Korpa is now leading again. So yesterday he was also still in the lead, and today he is leading by half a point. And on the second place, also clear second, is Jan Ludwig Hammer with 4 points. And we have a bunch of 3.5 pointers. Frodo Urkedal, Marius Tuwer, Toivo Kenanen, Elham Amar, Boris Chatalbashev, Thor Fredrik Carlsen, Sheila Borf-Stanford, Rhys Arnold, and Giovanna Erich. And today we'll be watching round number 7. And as for the games, we have many interesting matchups here. Benza oh, sorry, my mistake. He's on 5, not 4.5. So he's on 5. And Jan Ludwig Hammer and the rest of the players. Oh, I know. There's some mistake in the standings. So let me quickly go back there and then update you the right one. There you go. My apologies. So Benza is leading still alone with 5 out of 7. Sorry, 5 out of 6 with 2 draws. And Jan Ludwig Hammer, Boris Chatalbashev, Rhys Arnold, they are on the second place, sharing the second place with 4.5 points. And yeah, a lot of players with 4 points actually. Yep. Yeah, that's why I felt like the standings were a little bit different before than what I knew. But yeah, this one is the right standing. So my apologies again. And for the pairings, we will see Benza versus Boris Chatalbashev, and Jan Ludwig Hammer versus Rhys Arnold, and Isaac Storm will be playing against Urkadal. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting too to see the game between Elham Amar, one of the very bright Norwegian talents, versus Eric Rosen. And yeah, I think we will be also seeing other matchups by Pierre Kramling, by Juan Belon Lopez, and other players too. I will also keep an eye on interesting games that might happen in this tournament. If they're playing on the DGT boards, and if they're not playing on the top boards, maybe we'll try to find where are the games based on where they are sitting, and switch the camera to their position. Okay, I think without further ado, they already had a liftoff about 10 minutes ago, so let's take a look. And we always circle back to the top boards before seeing other games. So let's take a look. The first board, it's between the leader Benza versus Boris Chatalbashev. Both of them were here in the studio with me yesterday, so I'm very happy to be able to interview them and also to listen to their insights about their games, their process of thought, and etc. So let's take a look what's happening on their game. So first move d4, and here we have knight f6, knight c3. Wow, so this is like the invitation for the Jobava London. And are we going to see Jobava London? And yes, we got a Jobava London on the board. And bishop f4, c5, and e4. Okay, this is the main stuff. Let me see in the camera. Apparently, after e4, Boris here, playing with black pieces, he's thinking on how to continue this, because, well, the main move in this position, I think it's knight takes e4, just like what he did. And then knight takes e4 like this, takes like this, takes c5, queen takes d1, rook takes d1, and knight c3, something like this. And then f6 or knight c3, and after f3 is f6. Yeah, and then you play bishop e3, e5, and so on. So this could be happening with an early queen straight, but we'll see if other players, if especially the white player is taking different approach to this Jobava London opening. So I just want to quickly see the 13 board, because on my Lichess here, they put a sign as 1-0, but the game just started, so I just want to take a look what's happening on their game. So probably it's just a glitch. Okay, probably it's just a glitch of the results. Their game are still pretty much ongoing, and yeah, it is very much in the opening, going to the middle game right now. Okay, so let's come back to the second board. It's between John Ludwig Hammer with white pieces versus Arnold Riss. And yesterday, Arnold played a really good game against Sir Frederick Carson and won with white pieces. And today, he's taking on our first seeded of the tournament, Hammer. And I can see from the chat from yesterday too, like Hammer has lots of fans in our community. So yeah, let's see what's happening on his game. E4, E5, and knight f3, knight c6, and bishop c4, and knight f6. So here, yesterday, it was also very intriguing me, the choice of Frodo Urquedal played against Hammer. He played knight g5 in this variation. And if you tune into our commentary from yesterday, you would see that how Hammer and Frodo Urquedal took over my stream and then they talked over their game for like maybe half an hour, and also took a look at the games that was still ongoing. It was amazing to see how they bantered against each other, and very instructive as well. So if you missed our yesterday's action, you can totally see our record on YouTube from round 6 broadcasts. So here, Hammer didn't repeat what Urquedal did yesterday, and he chose to play d3. This is going to transpose into the classical Italian or Gaucho piano, and bishop c5 was on the board, castle d6, c3, a5, rook e1, and bishop a7. Okay, so this is pretty much what I expect to see in this line. So now White is thinking Hammer can do pretty much anything here. He has this option of playing a4. He has this option of playing h3, I guess, and also probably knight bd2. And maybe if he has a course on this opening, because he mentioned yesterday he's releasing a new course, probably a move like bishop g5. You never know. With Hammer, he is very creative. He might actually explore the third or fourth best move, as long as it's surprising his opponent, but objectively quite good move too. And there you go, knight a3. This is quite an unusual approach, but of course this is totally playable. I mean, this is very acceptable because, well, you might want to go to f5. This is a square where all the Italian players will try to go after, but he's choosing a different route with his knight. So usually with the knight on b1, you would like to go to d2, f1, g3, and then f5. There is. And then, or you might actually go to e3 depending on the position. But here he chose a completely unorthodox route, going there via a3. Also probably taking the advantage that the pawn has moved to a5, not a6. So an idea with knight b5, it can be an additional idea. It is not necessarily his main idea why he played knight a3, but you know, it's nice to have like a backup plan. So from knight a3, he might want to move it to c2 and then e3 and then f5. At some of the cases. So we'll see if it's going to happen, or he might just want to simply protect the center. So probably going knight. I will remove the row so that we're not gonna get confused. So probably knight b5, d4 takes, and knight can take d4 like this. So it is very, very creative. Knight a3, I like the idea. And well, Arnold here also has pretty good options on how to continue this position. Castle, h6, those what I can think about right now. And he just chose one of them as we speak. So he played h6, and the idea is mainly to prevent the bishop from pinning the knight on g5. And I also like this h6 because let's say in this position, White decided to play h3. There might be some idea with g5 right away, and then you're pushing it to g4, open up the g file for the rook, and then try to attack the king. So a move like h3 in this position, in my opinion, has to be avoided by Hammer. So instead of h3, probably he could continue playing his plan with this knight, whether he would decide the knight to go to b5, and playing d4, or would he play knight c2 with the idea putting on e3, and that way he's controlling the f5 square. So it's going to be quite interesting to see which plan that Hammer is choosing in this position. I don't know whether this is still within his preparation because, well, I believe Arnold is also playing other lines, but Hammer is a very universal player. It's always entertaining to watch his game and also to understand his way of thinking, especially in the opening. So I think we can go to the other game, because I think they've been blitzing some of the moves. The third board between Isaac Storm versus for the Urkadal. Oh, I think I'm seeing the Marshall Gambit in this position. Okay, this totally is a Marshall Gambit. So we can try to see it from the start. I think that's why they've been blitzing the moves, because Marshall Gambit is like a very long theory where you just play maybe 10 moves without thinking, like, because it is pretty much what it is there for the Gambit. So let's take a look from the start. e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and then bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6, and castle, bishop e7, rook e1, b5. This is the characteristic of the Marshall Gambit, because after this you do castle. The main move of the Ruy Lopez or Spanish in this position is to play d6. And then it can transpose to any sort of variation in the Ruy Lopez. You can go for Shigorin, you can go for Breyer, you can go for Steinitz, you can go for many other variations which I don't know the name of. But here the main characteristic of Marshall is that you delay the pawn move, the d pawn move, but instead you just castle, because the idea is after c3, this is the main Ruy Lopez, you want to push it in one go to the square d5. And here Isaac decided to accept the gambit by taking on d5, because just a quick opening lesson here, that if you want to anticipate this gambit, if you don't want to accept it, because you know that after castle that your opponent has the interest of playing the Marshall Gambit, and you can just play a4. This is what we call with the anti-Marshall, because after a4 maybe it's gonna open up the queen side, so your gambit, the Marshall Gambit, might not work as well as the normal line. Or there's also another idea to play h3 here, and then after d5, this you'll see there's some difference with queen h4 where it's not really attacking anything. So if you also want to refute this gambit, you can play h3. But here Isaac willingly accept the gambit by playing c3, and after d5 he was being consistent. He took the pawn, knight took the pawn, knight takes e5, and this is what we called with the Marshall Gambit. And here white is up a pawn, but black is trying to get as much initiative as he can. So c6 was on the board with the idea is bishop d6, but if you play bishop d6 now, the knight on d5 is unprotected, so therefore c6 is played, and rook e1, and now bishop d6, d3, and here actually white has a few other moves. I think the main move is d4, but this leads to a lot of complication, because Marshall Gambit is pretty much a drawn gambit. You'll see many games, especially Grandmasters games, that leading to a draw, because it's just about memorization. So whoever memorizes better, whoever has better memory, I think he can try to outplay his opponent. But most of the lines leading to equalization, and therefore I think white chose to play d3. It is also, I think, the second biggest line of this position against the Marshall Gambit, because you allow a more protected e4, because at some of the lines it is very important to put the knight on e4, and then having the pawn on d3 is going to let the knight sit nicely on e4 without being disturbed. But okay, d3 is also having another some drawback there, because, well, you're not playing d4 where you actually controlling these important squares. So these two moves, even though they're very looking similar, but yeah, they have two different plans and two different approaches, and black has also to play accordingly. Black cannot use exactly the same plan as it was on d4 compared to when it is on d3. So let's take a look on the game. d3, queen h4, and g3, and queen nestled on h3. So this is pretty much the standard position in the Marshall Gambit. And rook e4. Oh, I forgot to mention, yeah, in this position, I think with the pawn on d3, there's another variation where you can just play bishop f5. So both queen h4 and bishop f5, I think they are the two biggest lines for black in this position. I think bishop f5 is a little bit too tamed, because it's going to lead to a drawing or equal position like really soon. White will play knight d2, giving up this pawn, but at the same time after knight here, actually, am I doing it right? Or probably it's queen f3 first. Sorry, maybe it's queen f3 first. Queen f3, and then you put knight e4. Yeah, it's probably, this is something that Frodo is not trying to get out of this game, because playing against low-rated player, probably he's thinking to test him out on his opening memory in this Marshall Gambit. So he played the other line that looks more dynamic and more attacking. Queen h4, g3, queen h3, and here rook e4. So this is also one of the ideas why d3 was needed, not only for the knight but also for the rook. So in this position, of course, the direct attack of this position is to play rook h4 here, because the queen is sitting nicely on h3. So white is in need of kicking it out of the way. But here, there's some differences here. With the pawn on d4, after queen h4, g3, and here, if rook e1, there is this move of g5 to stop it like that. But with the pawn on d3, g3, queen h3, rook e4, here black has another option too by playing knight f6, rook h4, and queen goes to f5, and knight d2. After knight d2, it is knight g4. Yeah, the pawn on d3 is looking like it is hanging, but it is poisonous, because if you take it, the rook is ready to play rook d4. So that's the nice thing about having the pawn on d3 as well. Allows this type of trap in the middle of the board. And so that's why after knight d2, Frodo didn't take the pawn on d3, and instead he played knight g4. And after this knight g4, apparently Isaac is now thinking on what to do in this position. Okay, Isaac is not on the board. Probably Frodo played the move when his opponent was not on his chariot. All right, knight g4. What's the idea of this move? Well, easy. The queen just wants to take the pawn on f2. So I guess knight e4 is very automatic, and this is the whole idea why white played the d3 variation, is to allow the knight to go to e4 safely. Because imagine if your pawn was on d4, you wouldn't be able to go into this line, because knight e4 would be just hanging. So I believe once Isaac is back to his chair and he's gonna move, what he will move is this move, knight e4, attacking the bishop on d6, and at the same time protecting the pawn on f2, and the game will go on. Maybe in this position after knight e4, what about bishop e7? Because now this rook is kind of hanging there. Or maybe, hang on. Another way to stop it is actually queen f3. Why didn't I think about it before? Yeah, queen f3 is kind of nice. Because you also, if this happens, you're stopping g5, and now you just want to move h3, and the rook is kind of free. But probably, okay, this is something that I haven't explored before, but probably after queen f3, there's g5 immediately. And then rook h5, and this is gonna be quite, yeah, this is gonna be quite interesting. Let me take a look at my Lichess Master database on what people are usually playing here. f3 being the first choice usually. Yeah, because I think you want to free your rook from h4. I was a bit afraid of this diagonal or any sort of attack like that with the bishop or with the knight, but apparently it's fine. At some point, probably white will just push this pawn to d4 and stop any sort of attacks on that diagonal. So here, knight e3 is the main move. And after here, queen e2, because your queen is being attacked, and then this is the best square. Almost, not almost, 100% of the game in my master database played queen e2. So protecting d3 as well, and so I think it's important to do it, yeah. And next, knight goes to d5. This is the line, and here white has a few of the options. You can play c4 here and keep attacking the knight. You can play knight f1 so that the bishop can develop, or you can play queen e4, trying to exchange the queens. Yeah, that's pretty much what's on my database. But knight g4 is still on the board. Here, Isaac hasn't moved yet, and I think he just got back to his chair, and he's gonna start thinking or trying to recall what he has prepared or what he knows about this opening. And yeah, so let's wait and see what's gonna happen in this position. I think, well, they're not gonna blitz end the move again, but at least if you commit to play the variation of rook h4 like this, I believe you know the full version of the theory, so you wouldn't take so long to play the next moves. And on the board next to them, it's Mats Vesby Ellingsen versus Toivo Kenanen. Whoa, we have a French defense advanced variation here. So let's see, e4, e6, d4, d5, e5, c5, c3, knight c6, knight f3, queen b6, and here a3. So this is one of the main move against the French defense for this advanced variation, because you want to settle down with b4 as quick as you can. There was a very interesting game, actually, I recalled from the Candidates 2024. It was between Fabiano Caruana playing white against Pragnananda. He was black. And yeah, it was such a good game. And yeah, do take a look if you miss it. A3 was the variation that Fabiano chose. So here's c4, and c4 is also a very interesting idea. It has a few plans here, not only to discourage the bishop to move, because usually this square is the perfect square for the bishop, because this diagonal is of course the nicest diagonal for the light square bishop with the potential attack on h7. But also this pawn move is to stop b4 from happening, because this is what we call in chess, there's a special rule about en passant, that you can take the pawn like this diagonally even though your opponent's pawn is not on that square. But it can only happen at that moment. If you miss it one move, this rule is not applied anymore. Okay, so here to prepare the move b4 or b3, pretty much the b pawn move. Here white played knight bd2. So to keep preparing this b3 or b4. And here knight f5. So both of the players are being very stubborn over the b3 square. One wants to go with the pawn, and the other one is trying to stop it. And well, this is the nature of chess. And here, white is bringing another force by playing rook b1, and you see, like, first it was just a queen, and second now there was a knight, and the third enforcer right now is the rook. And here, since there is no piece left that can actually stop the b3 square, here black has a very nice idea. It's a secret idea, that is bishop d7, that it looks like it's not helping black in stopping b3, but the idea is a bit indirect. The idea is, let's say you play b3 or you play b4, it's gonna be the same, because either way, black will just do this. Black will just take on b3 and pass on or not and pass on. So takes this, and the idea is bishop a4. And somehow this knight is pinned, and probably you have to bring the other knight over, but yeah, your position can be quite cramped there. Probably rook will come here and then attack in c4, and many things too. Anyway, so in this position after bishop d7, white was being quite patient here, and instead being very pushy on the queen side, he is doing the other thing. So he played h4 here, so he's trying to divert his attention right now on the king side. And yeah, h4 and probably g3, and then put this bishop on h3. So the idea is really nice in this type of French defense position, because white is not only wanting to play on the queen side, but also he is trying his best to gain anything that he could on the king side as well. For now, it might be trying to gain the space advantage, but also a move like h4 is it has a lot of ideas. It can be the preparation for knight g5. It can be also a preparation to push it forward to h5 and possibly to h6. And yeah, it's a very versatile moves. So let's see what Kenanen will decide to do. Okay. Let's see the next sport again. It's between Marius Duer versus Gretarsson. Okay, so Marius has been having quite a great performance here in this tournament. And today he's gonna play against Gretarsson, who won yesterday against Sheila Stanford. So let's take a look from the beginning. So Marius Duer, he started with d4, e6, c4, knight f6, knight c3, and bishop b4. e3 castle, so we see a classical line of the Nimzo-Indian. Bishop d2, b6, and bishop d3, c5. a3 takes on c3, takes on c3, takes on d4, takes on d4. Yeah, so now white has a pair of bishops, that's for sure. And I think the next move that Gretarsson has to make is bishop b7 here, because queen f3 is going to come. It's going to be quite a hassle in guarding this, or maybe he's also thinking to play knight c6. I think knight c6 is also nice here, because if you don't do anything, this knight will take on d4 and then push d5. So probably, I think I like knight c6 better than bishop b7. But those two moves are pretty nice too. Yeah, bishop b7 is also nice, because you're also attacking g2. Let's say you play knight f3 here, then you can always play knight c6 after. Or maybe you don't have to, you can play d5. Okay, so this is quite a crossroad for Gretarsson. Black has quite a few decent options to continue. I think he just played a move. What he chose? What did he choose? He chose to play bishop b7. Okay, yeah, bishop b7 is nice. Knight c6 is also nice. Still very much in the opening right now. So I guess we can also take a look at the next board, because I think they've been also blitzing their game, probably just playing the moves out of the theory anyway. So let's see the game between Jacob Templin Grave versus Jungmin So. Oh, this is similar to the game between Urkadal versus Korpa, where Urkadal lost as black pieces. So let's see, d4 knight f6, c4 e6, and yeah, this type of Nimzo, and f3, bishop a6. So in that game, that Korpa versus Urkadal, I think in this position, instead of bishop a6, c5 was played, and then c5, e4, and this type of ideas here, and then Urkadal played h6. So in this game, after f3, Jungmin So, he chose a different approach. So he played bishop a6. So he's delaying any pawn move with d pawn or c pawn, and here e4, because c pawn, the c pawn is being threatened now. After e4, knight c6, bishop d3, knight f5. So he does this one first, and after that he played c5. A little different order of moves, but I think that still does the job too, because this is pretty much your main intention if you're playing this as black pieces, that you want to keep pressure on the c4 pawn. c5 is nice because you might want to bring more power in adding pressure to the c4 pawn by playing rook c8 with the idea of taking this. So what happened in the game was knight h3. And in this position, white is getting ready. I mean, to also develop on the king side, probably to castle, and also probably to just somehow play any pawn move. So in the case of rook c8 happens, I think white is ready to play d5 to stop anything on the c file. So here, Jungmin So played an interesting idea. So after knight h3, if black played rook c8, white is ready to close it down by playing d5. So what he did was he took the pawn first, and c takes d4 is automatic, and probably now he's planning to play rook c8 and attacking this pawn. To be honest, I'm not sure whether it is rook c8 or queen c7, but I have a feeling it's something to do with attacking this pawn. I'm just trying to find out, like, if rook c8 happens, how are you going to protect this pawn? Yeah, to be honest, I think you can give it away by playing bishop d2, because if knight takes, you can play bishop b4, and then you are stopping the king from castling. And this knight is kind of, okay, it looks like it's a good knight, but it is pinned. You cannot move it anywhere because of the pawn on because of the bishop on a6. And if you even put like this, trying to protect the knight, I think white is happy to just castle, because this bishop is a very strong bishop right now. I think white can afford losing a pawn for this type of compensation. So rook c8, let's say bishop d2, and then if black takes it with the bishop, I think you take this knight, and then it is forced to take this, and then you just take this, and after taking this, yeah, although white is down a pawn, but the position is not it's not as bad, because you have pretty much control over the center, and the extra pawn is actually doubled pawn, so I don't know if it can mean anything in this position. Yeah, I think castle should be fine here. So what else can we see about this position apart from bishop d2? e5, of course. e5, attacking the knight. Yeah, where does the knight go even? If you go here, or I think black has to be careful not to trap it, because I think after knight here, white can just play g4. If there's any check here, knight can just move back and then block the check. And by playing this, the knight is also protecting the rook on h1. So a move like that g3 will not happen, because you can just simply take it, because now the rook is protected and attacking the queen. So yeah, but after e5, the knight can also go to g8. But now I think the compensation is pretty big. So now maybe bishop g5 with the idea rook c1, and I still like this idea of putting the bishop on d2 anyway. But yeah, I think black should be very careful if he decides to attack the pawn and trying to get after the pawn, because in many lines here, white is happy to give it up in order to get more activity on the board, and there you go. Okay, let's see our friends' games. Now we already are seeing most of the top boards. Pia is currently playing on the 9th board, so let's take a look at her game. Where is Pia? So Pia yesterday suffered a loss. I was watching her game and it went until late, like really late. I think she played for almost 6 hours. And I thought she could defend the position and made a draw, but apparently her opponent was better. So let me see if I can switch the camera and view it to her board. And there you go, there's Pia playing against Peter Marcus Amat. Okay, Pia is playing with black pieces and Peter is white. Peter yesterday, he lost against Eric Rosen. So both of them lost yesterday. So I think today they really want to bounce back from the losses. So let's take a look what's happening on their game. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, bishop b4. So Pia herself is also playing this Bogo-Indian. I remember one of the earlier rounds, Pia was white in this type of position against Trygve Dahl. Yes. So here she played knight bd2, b6, and then a3. Oh, it's pretty much what happened in their game actually. Okay, except that after a3 here, on that game, Pia versus Dahl, he played bishop e7, and then here Pia played b4, where she could have played e4, which is a better move. So here after a3, she took on d2, and I think this is the right approach. Queen takes d2 and bishop b7. e3 was played, castle, bishop e2, d6, and castle. So at some point I think b4 will play anyway, because there's no way of this bishop developing to the other diagonal. Knight bd7 and b4. Okay, queen e7, bishop b2, rook f d8, rook f d1, and h6. Queen c3. Yeah, everything looks very close still. I mean, you can tell that the pawns are still not being traded yet. Only one minor piece has been traded. And now queen c2. Okay, so now it's still very much equal. Like, I have no prediction in this position. I mean, white has something of obviously in the position, but black has also pretty much a good center here. The knight just sat nicely on e4. Pia might chose to play f5 in this position. Yeah, I think I'm not gonna be surprised if she chose to play f5. If you want to keep attacking on the king side. But the thing is, with this type of move, usually you would like to still have your rook on f8, but now the rook is on d8. So f5 looks a bit a bit less tempting to play, because with that type of move you want to attack the king side, but now your rook is no longer on f8, it is on d8. So I guess pretty much what you want to do is trying to play in the center. But can black play something in the center, like any pawn move? I have yet calculate anything, but any pawn move like c5 or d5 or e5, something like that. I'm not sure about b5. Maybe this is just bad, yeah, because you're just sacrificing the pawn for nothing. So yeah, so either those three moves pretty much. c5, d5 or e5. Okay, if c5, let's see. If c5, first of all, white can just take this. And also now, how do you take it back, with the b pawn or with the d pawn? Okay, this is actually a critical moment. If with the d pawn, obviously this is possible. I don't see why not, because this is very, very normal thing to do. Yeah, I think if it happens, d pawn is better than b pawn, because you have to make sense of the move like rook d8 anyway. You have to open the center, so that's why judging from that decision, although f5 in some of the variations that's similar to this is very typical to play, but yeah, I know Pia will not play that because she already moved her rook to d8, so there's no point on playing f5. So I'm trying to make a move like c5 or d5 or e5, just according to her own move, rook f d8. Let's see d5. Just wanna try to see what's going on there. Okay, c7 looks like it's hanging by after taking this. I don't know how you take it back. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, this is actually a very thematic sacrifice. You take this pawn with the bishop, takes this, and then get this rook here maybe. The queen is almost trapped. This is the only place to go. And after that, can we trap this queen? Maybe playing here. And then this is the only move. And playing here. And this is the only move. And at the very least, you can gain a piece up. But of course, if you don't want to do something like this, there's always this move rook c2, which is nice. So, okay, so apparently d5 is of course playable too, because after bishop takes d5 here, you cannot take c7. And probably next move, black will try its best to play c5 herself. And that way it can be quite dangerous. Like if the center is being equalized like that, yeah. I don't know. I still don't know who's going to win or even better in this position. Probably, I have a feeling white is still slightly better, but black is totally fine. Okay, so what about a move like e5? This is the last candidate move that I would like to try. The thing about e5 is probably white will just play d5 and stopping everything in the center, and this knight is now in trouble. If you play f5, maybe at some point this knight will be traded or challenge the knight on e4 by playing knight d2 here. And then, yeah, you can say bye-bye to this bishop because it is no longer a good bishop. So I think e5 is the least likely to happen in this position. I think now both c5 and d5 are the best options for Pia. And as we speak, I guess she just moved something and she did c5. Okay, still according to our prediction, right? Yeah, c5 or d5, I think both are the best out of all the candidate moves here. It is within the spirit of her previous moves as well. So c5, I like it. But also white is still standing pretty good here, especially with this bishop. I know it is not really happening yet with this bishop, but just imagine the open diagonal where this bishop is aiming towards d7 square. It's going to be quite dangerous. So c5, black has to challenge white in the center with any pawn move like this. So regardless what's going to happen, regardless what's what's white's move in the future. I think this type of move, c5 or d5, has to be made. Okay, so we will wait. I mean, let Peter Marcus here think about this position and choose his move, because there are also pretty good candidate moves here for white to play. I think my gut feeling is b takes c5, but also b5, but also d takes c5. I think these three moves are required calculations, because those look like natural responses to make. I'm not too keen of a move like d5, because it's just allowing this to happen, and the queen has a control over the knight, and now, without you realizing it, the pawn on c5 is a pass pawn, and it is protected. So I don't think d5 is a move that white should make. So I think it is just taking on c5 with the b pawn or with the d pawn. Or maybe there's a way also to ignore it, but I was thinking of bishop d3, but the bishop has to waste another tempo to go to d3 then, because he moved it to e2. So, but let's say the bishop goes to d3, and now the knight on e4 is under attack. How are we going to deal in this position? Maybe put the knight to f6, or now maybe playing f5. Yeah, or attacking to knight g5. Okay, actually knight g5 is interesting. Probably knight g5. This is just one idea. Maybe it is not as great, but just an idea, because if you take this, I think black will be happy to reach this position. So if the knight moves away, let's say knight e1, probably now it's a good time to play d5. Or, takes this one first, takes this one, and d5. Maybe. Wow, this is actually very complicated. So many things to calculate and to consider. Okay, we'll wait what Peter Marcus here will choose to play in this position. I think he's gonna take some time, because this is not an easy position to think about. I mean, so many things are going on the board. Okay, let's take a look at Grandmaster Juan Belon Lopez. He is leading the senior group by full points, I guess. Let me double check. I think he's still undefeated. That he still has perfect score. Let me double check if it's correct. Yeah, Juan Manuel Belon Lopez, he's on 6 out of 6 perfect score. So let's find out where he's sitting. I believe I can find him, and there you go. I think he's currently not on his board. So what we see right now is the black player is Lars Kjolberg, and Juan is not on his chair. So what is it? It looks like it's coming from the Queen's Gambit exchange, or maybe not. Okay, d4 knight f6, bishop g5, d5. Oh, takes on e6. Okay, Trompovsky with this variation. Okay, bishop f6, e6, e6, e3, bishop d6. Okay, and then let's take a look at this position. f5, knight f3, knight d7, queen c2, knight f6, long castle. Okay, classic one, because he is a very creative player and he likes to attack. And I'm just happy to see his games, and especially he's being very energetic in his moves as well. Like you can tell that I think at his own peak, wow, I think he was a very dangerous player. Knight e4, knight takes e4, f takes e4, and knight d2. And now, yeah, this pawn is kind of hanging, and his opponent played bishop b4. Of course, you can protect this pawn by playing rook e8. You cannot protect it by playing f5 because this is spin. You cannot play bishop f5 because there's g4 on the board. So I guess bishop b4 is a wise decision. And there you go, in the camera we see Juan with his classic hat. Rook e2. Okay, so now he has plenty of time on the clock. So black is now thinking what to continue. Normally if you play bishop b4, pinning the knight because the pawn is attacking e4, you would like to capture it right away. But apparently here Lars probably has a second thought, because I believe that was his initial idea to play bishop b4. But now after rook e2, he's been thinking for quite some time now, not taking the knight on d2. So let me try to understand what could be in his mind for not taking on d2. Okay, the rook on e2 is a very nice preparation. Should black play bishop takes d2, this rook will take it, and then you're getting ready for this d5 and open up the line, and then this pawn on e4 will be quite weak. So he doesn't like that, and instead he played rook e8. And now, yeah, this rook e8 could have happened before too, but now I think he decided to, oh, okay, I want to keep my pair of bishops, so that so that white will not be able to play d5 comfortably. Yeah, I think this is still very much quite a battle. Who do I like in this position better? I always like pair of bishops, but I'm just trying to be objective whether this pair of bishop is useful in this position, because black will always have this weakness on e4. And if white can comfortably push d5, open up the center, then white should be fine. So probably it's time to move the knight, probably to c3, to b3, and getting ready for this d4, d5. Okay, but I think in general the position is still pretty equal anyway. All right, I think it's calling me for the first break. And after the break, I'd like to go to another game of our friend, Eric Rosen, because he's playing against Amar Elham, one of the Norwegian brightest talents. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back after the short break. Hello, welcome back everyone. And as promised before I took my first break, we're gonna see the game between Eric Rosen versus Amar Elham. And let's take a look from the start. Here Eric is playing with black pieces and Amar yesterday he drew against Marius Duer in a very extensive Caro-Kann preparation, I would say, because both of them apparently went to a greater length of their preparation following one of the corresponding games. It's amazing to see how they prepared and how after that they played by their own after the preparation has ended. So let's take a look from the start. Amar here played e4. Eric decided to play c5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5. So a Rosolimo. And here Eric replied with d6, castle, bishop d7, rook e1, a6, and bishop takes c6. Okay, so yeah, I think Eric walked into a line where actually, is this a prep? Because I think usually we know this line as a dubious line for black. Because after rook e1, I think you have to play knight f6 first. Just in case that there is yeah, and then you play a6 afterwards. The difference is now after bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, you cannot really play d4 because now the knight and the bishop are attacking e4. So I don't know whether this is a prep or maybe he just missed this idea, because this usually yeah, we know that this is a dubious line because after takes, white has d4 and you have to take and then protect the bishop by the rook like this, and c4, and white is enjoying this position. This is like an improved version of the Maroczy structure for white, because white doesn't have a lat square bishop, and yeah, this is, I think, generally is better for white. And then here knight f6 was played, knight c3, e6. Eric tried to transpose it into some sort of a hedgehog Sicilian, but with this Maroczy structure, e4, c4, it's going to be quite challenging because white pretty much doesn't have a weakness anymore, because usually in the normal Maroczy, let me just show it to you to get what I meant. It's usually coming from the dragon opening or extra dragon here and then c4. Let's choose one of the lines. Let's say bishop g7, bishop e3, knight here, and then d6. It would be quite similar, but except of course that in dragon you have this fianchetto bishop on g7, but in Eric's game you saw the bishop develop via e7. And here it's been known that the lat square bishop here is the liability. So it would be really great if white could exchange it with any of black's pieces. So let's come back to Eric's game. We saw this position right now, and after knight c3, instead of playing g6 and go to like the worst type of Maroczy for black, Eric played e6, b3, bishop e7, bishop b2, castle, queen d2, rook e8, rook a d1, queen c7, and now h3. Yeah, I think white is kind of finishing anything that he needs to do in the opening stage. And now after h3, yeah, you pretty much just wait, because where is the prospect of this bishop? Okay, b6 is just played, but I'm worried this might be quite weakening. Okay, what to do in this position. B6 just happened. Eric has a lead on the clock for now. So yeah, what to do in this position? B6. I still believe white is better in this position. One idea is to take on c6 right now, because the bishop is about to step back to b7 if white didn't take it. What could be another idea? Probably playing slowly, like knight takes here, queen takes, like queen f3, and then somehow put this knight to e2 and d4. But of course, white has to watch out about this pawn that currently hanging. Probably, well, I don't like a move like f3 because it allows this threat to happen. So yeah, now Amar has some things to consider, whether he will take the bishop on c6 or he will let it slide to b7. But if the bishop sticks to b7, I think Eric will have a higher chance here in equalizing the game, because that bishop can be quite useful. So probably the best move is to take anyway. Takes, and then, okay, how to continue this position? Yeah, to be honest, I don't like the rook on e8. I think it's better to have the rook on d8 and prepare for this d5. Okay, so I think the position is still very challenging for both sides. I mean, it's not that easy for white to continue as well. I guess the setup with white pieces here probably could be a bit different. I want to just take a look in this position here. I think yeah, this is a bit too passive, I would say. b3, bishop b2. Probably in this position already, white has to do something. Okay, e6 is already played. I like the move bishop f4. Or probably this is hanging, yeah, because after f4 takes, knight takes like this. Bishop f5, bishop g5, rook takes c4. But it is with a compensation, because when the knight stands on d5, black will not be able to do anything about that knight. So this could be just a compensation. But okay, maybe bishop f4 is not the best reaction to this position. What else? Usually also in Maroxy, you can play b4, but maybe b4 bishop d7. What about knight d5 here? Looks fancy. But the idea is if you take with the pawn, of course, ed with a check, and then you take the c6 bishop. Yeah, probably. And let's say black ignores it by playing... he could take it with the bishop. Take with the bishop, take like this, and then e5. But I think this is a better version for white because you have this square, and then although this one is hanging, you can just play b3 in this position. Yeah, I don't think what Amar did in the game b3 here is the best move because it feels like, of course it is a good move, but it feels like it's a bit slow because black already made some opening mistake on this dubious line. So some move that like knight d5 or bishop g5, I think it's needed in the present moment. Let me check with the computer. What does the computer say? b3 is actually best move, yeah. So playing slowly like that, knight d5 is not good because no, knight d5 is good. Okay, maybe you should have given some time for the computer thing. No, knight d5 is totally playable. It's 0.4. b3 is 0.5. And bishop f4 is actually also very good. Bishop f4 is totally playable too. Don't be afraid of this e5 because takes here, rook takes, and then bishop g5. You're allowing this to happen. Rook takes, and yeah, queen b3 at the very least. You're attacking both of these things. If rook goes here, you play knight d5. Yes, it is full compensation. b3 is a good move too, but yeah, if I were white here, I would play something that is more straightforward. But okay, let's take a look. b3, bishop e7. Bishop b2. This is also very slow. Because yeah, bishop a3. I think I like this move better, just to be more active, attacking d6, and then perhaps you can do like what you have in the game. Queen d2, rook a d1, but now with a twist because now you're attacking d6. Because in the game we had similar position, but with the bishop on b2 you're not attacking anything. So let's take a look again. Bishop b2. This is what happened in the game. Castle, queen d2, rook e8, rook d1, queen c7. Yeah, imagine having the bishop on a3. This would be a better vision for white. And here h3 and b6. And now, yeah, Amar is still thinking. It's gonna be quite a crossroad for him. I think he has to take. But of course, white is still standing better. White has better center that white can just try to play around. Well, I think yesterday I learned a new term that Jonathan Schranz, the host of Eric Rosen's channel right now, so shout out to Jonathan. He taught me a trick. It's called the shark's trick, that you just walk around your opponent trying to smell blood and then suddenly capture it. But anyway, this position, it feels like there should be some blood on the board already, but white decided to play very calm chess, and probably it's giving the opportunity for Eric to consolidate his position. And now, although the best move is knight takes c6, queen takes c6, but you might feel that that knight on the center is pretty good, that you wouldn't like to trade it. But this is what white needs to do. And then, yeah, I like this move, rook e3. Perhaps, well, b5 is there, but at least I think Eric already had a better position than what he was supposed to have earlier, because his choice of variation was quite questionable. Okay, but everything worked well, I guess, now, and Eric had quite a lead in the time situation. So we're gonna see the other games. Let's see a match up between two ladies here. Jovana versus Safita. What type of opening is this? Oh, let's take a look. And actually, I'd like to see where they are sitting. So let me go to. Oh, they're actually sitting very far away. There you go. You can see Jovana on the camera there, although most of the view is being blocked by the other player. There you go, Jovana with a stripy sweater. And let's see what happens in the game. So we are seeing a Sicilian here what sort of Sicilian? The 4 knights. And with a3, bishop e7, bishop e3, d6. Okay. I think d5 is also playable in this position, perhaps. But d6, a classical approach to this. Okay, apologies for the view. It's currently being blocked right now. All right, I will switch to the domain analysis default, and yeah, let's see the remainder of the game. f3, castle, queen d2, d5, and takes. Yeah, this is the variation that I think gives a good chance for black, because now after this d5 move, black is successfully equalized the position. And I think we can come back to their camera again, because now the view is clear. There you go. It's Giovanna versus Savita. And after queen takes d5, knight c6, bc6, bishop d3, give a check on h4, provoking g3, and now bishop f6. Wow, it is actually a very nice idea, because now suddenly black is attacking both of these pawns on b2 and on f3. Here white is facing a very difficult position, probably, because now she has to choose which pawn that she needs to protect, the f3 pawn or the b2 pawn. And here Giovanna chose to protect the f3 pawn, and bishop takes b2, c4. I think the play is very dynamic, so now it's as if the b2 pawn is being sacrificed, and white is trying to compensate it with like a dynamic play. Okay, it's gonna be very interesting, I believe so. I want to switch back to the first board, because we see a huge time difference between Bense versus Boris here. Bense Korpa is currently leading with 5 out of 6, and Boris Chatalbashev is on the second place with 4.5. I think we saw the position after, where did we see it? E4 here. Yeah, it was the job of London. And then knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d4, d takes c5. Oh, okay, so Boris chose this variation, knight d7, which I think I prefer to see it on this board, because I don't want to see the queens getting exchanged too soon. I think this way is better. This way is better. And here queen d4, e5, queen takes e4, bishop takes c5. So you see how dynamic the position is? I love it. Castle, long side, and then castle, short side. Bishop d3, queen h4. Okay. Okay, just 1 second. I'm just going to try to fix the camera just a little bit, I'll be back very soon. All right, welcome back, people. And okay, to be honest, the first three boards are very interesting. Like I'm feeling it already, the tension and everything else. Such as now. I thought this job of London is going to be quite equalized earlier because of the Queen Straight, but Chatalbashev chose a different variation that kept the game alive, thankfully. So what we saw was castle, bishop d3. Of course, it's a one-move attack to the h7. It's a checkmate, so you have to somehow get ready for it. And I think queen h4 is a nice touch because you're protecting h7 and also at the same time keeping pressure on this bishop. And therefore, the bishop cannot take this because you will just take the queen first, and then the bishop on e5 will be lost. So after queen h4 here, Bensei Korpa played bishop g3. Bishop g3, and now, okay, as we speak, I thought I was going to say that probably the queens will no longer be on the board, but yeah, they just played it because that is, I think, the most natural move to make because you're already there. You don't want to waste the tempo, so you just take the queen anyway. Queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, and now, yeah, actually, material wise, it's all equal. Knight f6 is already on the board. You have to do something with the development. Having the bishop on this diagonal is very nice indeed because the pawn on b7 is currently under attack. But now with the knight on f6 attacking the bishop, where does the bishop go? If the bishop goes to f3, you might actually push this pawn e4, and then the bishop has to keep retreating back to e2, and I think this is the perfect moment for black to also make another developing move, mainly about this bishop, probably to e6, and I think everything is pretty nice here for black, especially because black probably is in lead of development. So you have to be wise here not to move your bishop to a bad square. So I guess you have to move it to d3. Should e4 happens, at the very least, you can have this diagonal for your bishop. Yeah, so this diagonal probably is counting for something. And now if bishop f5 happens, yeah, the knight can actually develop to e2. And probably hoping to go to c3 or to f4. I think, yeah, this position is a better version than the other one that I showed before. And probably this is just pretty much equal. Okay, knight f6 is on the board. My take is on bishop d3, but yeah, anything can still happen. I don't think he will move bishop to f3. I don't think f3 will also happen here, because why would you exchange this bishop with the knight? I mean, it's just worsening white's position. So bishop d3, bishop c4, it's my prediction. It might happen on the game. While we're waiting for Korpa here to play his move. And by the way, he is now on 26 minutes left on the clock, while Boris still has 1 hour and 9 minutes. So it's quite a huge time difference between them two. It's as if they're living in two different time zones. But okay, let's go to the second board, which also having similar time situation as the first board. What's happening with these people? Like, why are they thinking so long? What was it before? It was an Italian, yeah? It was an Italian. And here, oh, I saw, yeah, we saw the move of the knight a3 here. And what just happened? h6, yes. And here, yeah, knight b5. So this has been Hammer's idea anyway, that he wants to play knight b5 and probably playing d4 so that the knight on b5 can take the pawn on d4 and bishop b6. Yeah, you don't want to lose this bishop for this knight. You have to keep it on the board because this is such a nice diagonal for the bishop. You might want to trade it with the other bishop, probably with this bishop on c1 to e3. That way, yeah, that's a fair trade, but you don't want to trade it with the knight. So that's why Arnold here played bishop b6, saving it. And d4. And after d4, I think if this happens, it's not only knight b takes d4, but also there is this move that, you have to think about it. The rook on e1 is already in place to attack the king that's still in the center. So this could be giving some complication to black's position. So let's say after e5, de, knight e, rook e, and how are you going to block the check? If you move the king, you lose your right to castle. So this is definitely not into what black had in mind. I mean, this shouldn't be done. That's why after d4, here black has a few moves. Castle, I think it should be fine, but Arnold chose to play bishop g4. Very interesting, actually, and also very thematic, because you still have not play h3 yet, so you want to pressure this f3 knight because the d4 pawn will be quite weakening. And here bishop e3 was played. Yes, there is a pawn sacrifice on e4, but in many Lopez and Italian examples, this pawn is almost untouchable. So you shouldn't really take this pawn, especially when your king is in the center. So what happened was Arnold thought, okay, I have to put my king into safety, so I'll play castle. And after castling here, h3. And after h3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, it takes d4, and c takes d4. And probably this knight at some point will come back to c3, but maybe rook a d1 will have to be played first. But Arnold didn't waste time, and he immediately strikes with d5. Looks like it's a pawn sacrifice, but it is a temporary pawn sacrifice, and I think this is the correct way to continue this position, because now white is facing quite a problem in the center. These two pawns used to be pretty good, but now they're kind of hanging. If you don't take it, if you take it, now the knight will go to b4, and next move you just take it with the b pawn, sorry, with the b knight. And of course this knight is attacking c2 at the moment, so black will be fine. And I can see why Hammer is thinking a lot here, and then you can see the time difference. Hammer is now down to 27 minutes, and his opponent is 1 hour and 6 minutes. Okay. It's not an easy position for Hammer now. Yeah, what to do in this position? I don't think you can do anything else but taking the pawn on d5. I don't know with which pawn. With which piece? Like with the bishop or with the pawn? With the pawn, we already saw what's going to happen. Knight b4 is there, attacking c2, attacking d5. I think black is enjoying a good position here. If you take with the bishop, I don't think it's improving your position. After taking this knight goes to b4 still, and next move you're going to take it, and in the end you're going to have a hanging pawn or an isolated pawn in the center. Depends on what white moves. But of course I think, I missed one thing here. Probably after ed, knight b4, you can push d6. Probably this is what Hammer is thinking right now. And okay, let's continue. What about the sacrifice? Knight c2 takes c7, and do you take it or you don't take it? Probably just move the queen. Looks like it's okay to take it, but then you also have to think about this. Maybe there are enough compensations for the exchange, because the next move, black will just take one of these rooks after saving this bishop, and then okay, so Hammer has been thinking a lot, so this is probably what he's now calculating. It's not easy. It's not easy because he has to also brave himself. If you already committed into sacrificing one of the exchanges, you have to come with a concrete plan or concrete calculation, and it's not easy. And Hammer is down to 25 minutes right now with so many moves to go to 40th move. Like he has to make, okay, they're on move 14, so the Hammer has to make 26 more moves in under 25 minutes. So let's say it's 26 minutes, and then in average you play one move per minute. It's very challenging, and especially the game is getting more and more complicated. It's not gonna be getting easier actually. Okay, and let's go back to Pia. I'd like to see how she's doing before we go to the third board, because I really want to check about that Marshall game again. Where's Pia? Pia, and there you go. And what did Pia do after c5? Oh, Pia played c5, and her opponent played knight d2. I don't know if I like this knight d2 immediately. But okay, let's see. Takes, queen g5. Oh, very sneaky. There is a checkmate idea with queen takes g2. d5. This is okay. Usually in this type of position, white would like to play a move like f3, e4, and d5. But thanks to the position of the queen on g5 here, e3 is hanging. So if you play f3, queen takes e3, and then black is much better. So that's why I think black played d5, but also black can play bishop f1. This is not a bad idea. Probably this is a better move actually. d5 is a bit too committal. Because now you're leaving this pawn hanging in the center, like takes here, and okay, this c pawn is now a passer, and although it's not really, can we take it actually? Can we take it? You cannot take it, yeah? Oh, maybe you can. Bishop takes here, why not? I thought there's h4, but queen can just take g2 and it's a checkmate. So how to stop it? I have no idea what the white player had in mind here. d5 takes, and what do you do? Takes and takes. Like where's the compensation? Probably Pia is also thinking the same. Like if you just take twice on d5, how are you going to play this position? Ah, okay. Probably Peter Marcus here is planning for like a long-term sacrifice, because the d6 pawn is very weak anyway, and the rook is already on d2. So probably in this position you just play a move like bishop f1, and the next move you just want to double up the rook so that it is going to attack both the bishop on d5 and the pawn behind it. So probably he just wants to open up the center. He's giving up a pawn for now, but sooner or later he's gonna get it back. But yeah, in this type of position you have to think, I mean, that is a very nice positional idea or sacrifice, but in this type of position you also have to think about concrete chess, whether it is really working in the position, because you already sacrificed a pawn, and as usual, when you sacrifice something, you are committed into that line. It gives you less flexibility in choosing other lines. So after bishop f1 here, if I were black, what would I play in this position? Rook d1 is coming. If I move my bishop now, probably is the best time. Because, okay, knight f6 is not gonna happen. There's bishop takes f6. Yeah, there's some funny idea with b5 because you cannot take the pawn anyway. Let's say you play here, knight here, but of course a move like bc and then dc and then queen here, yeah, it looks very unpleasant. It looks very unpleasant. So probably that's not the best move to play in this position. Can you move the bishop? Move the bishop to b7, allowing this to happen. But then knight e5. So there is... you're giving up the pawn back, but in return you have a very dynamic position. And I think this is a pivot position for black, because now knight here is a threat. And now, of course, you have to think about this rook threat as well, whether you want to play rook d1 or you want to take on d8. But I think rook d1 is better. But now comes the attack, probably. First of all, there is this check. And after this, okay, I'll take this one first just to get rid of it. And then probably, can I do something along this diagonal? Check, probably not, yeah, because this bishop is pretty strong. What about knight here? Yeah, but generally I don't like to give up the file like that. Like I would like to keep all my pieces active. So probably just play here immediately. If this happens, takes, and if takes, queen takes, white should be black and white should be fine. There's one funny line. If you take this, oh, the pawn is lost, but it is not actually lost. Knight takes g2, because if you take this, there you go, a checkmate on the back rank. So there's always some trick like that, and I think it's all thanks to the bishop on b7. This bishop, in many lines, I guess this is going to be like quite a powerful bishop, so I don't think Pia could avoid losing it. But I think this line is very interesting. Okay, d5 is still on the board right now. It's still not... I mean, Pia is still not moving yet, so this is critical line to think or to calculate. e5, c5, bishop takes d5. Yeah, now it's attacking this checkmate. So if you play e4 here, I think bishop can just take e4, because after this, the rook is lost on d2. And again, the same thing after f3. Queen takes e3 with a check, and then just move the bishop afterwards. And therefore, bishop f1 should be the move. And now this bishop is going to be the target of attack anyway, so might as well just move it now. And if you play rook ad1, then it's time for the pawn to move. So I don't think you have time to do that. So that's why white has to take the pawn on d6 and now challenge this rook by playing knight e5. Yeah, I think I like this position. Or if you're worried about the pawn, can black actually take b4? I think it's possible. Takes, and then knight e5 here. But I can give that up. It's fine. And not losing any time to attack. Yeah, knight e5. Knight e5, and if this position arises, possibly it's fine. Takes, yeah. Yeah, it is fine for white and for black as well. But I like black's position better, because potentially there's a pass pawn on the c file. But this is still the current position. While I'm still having the camera, let's go to Eric's game to see what's happening there. After b6, I think this is the best move for black, and Eric called it. And Amar took The bishop on c6, yeah, this is the best approach as well. So I think both players are playing very well here. Knight c6, queen takes c6, and now a4. Yeah, to be honest, I don't really like this move. If I were playing white here, yeah, I like what the computers showed us before. Like, you just focus your attention on the center and the king side. Rook a3 is nice because at some of the variation, you might want to transpose it to g3, and this is where you should actually play, on the king side. And okay, you're waiting for the right moment to play f4, but it's still a future ideas, because if you play it right away, probably you're losing the pawn on e4. But this is going to be very dangerous when the bishop is out, especially that pawn on g7 is going to be the target of attack. But instead doing that, or anything like, perhaps I like a move like f4 immediately too. Anything on the center or anything on the king side. I think that's how white should do. But instead doing that, white played a4. Now a move like a4 is obviously weakening the square before, although it might not be exploited yet, because I don't see any pieces that can enjoying that square. But this is just giving a more incentive to the idea of preparing d5, because let's just assume that in this position black can play d5, and then you can have a very good outpost for the bishop to b4. This is just one idea. So yeah, a move like a4 I think was made because Amar here would like to sacrifice a pawn, probably, or not. Like, you give up a pawn like this, a5, ba5, and then put the knight on a4, something like that. So I mean, this is a very thematic sacrifice, especially in the hedgehog Sicilian as well, that you're giving up a pawn, but in return you'll get more square, especially the a4 square for your knight, and also at the same time you're attacking that pawn back on a5, and sooner or later you'll get it back. So that potentially can be the idea. But after a4, Eric played knight d7. Let me think. Knight d7, what would you like to move it to? Probably to c5, yeah? I still have a feeling that black has to prepare for d5. Probably with which rook? With this rook or this rook? But Eric might have another idea in mind. So knight d7, queen d4, and here he played queen c5. Okay, that's very tricky. That's very tricky. A move like knight d5 might happen. I don't know whether it's gonna happen, but this is a candidate move, because, well, you cannot take it, otherwise you'll get mated on g7. But if you take the queen, knight will take e7 first, and after this, I think you're gonna lose this pawn. Rook takes here. So this is not a good line, but knowing how tricky Eric is, after knight d5, he probably just play bishop f8. Yeah, not allowing white to take the bishop on e7, but also protecting g7 at the same time. And now this knight is under attack. Like, you should do something about it. Either you take the queen first and move the knight, or just move the knight immediately. Okay, so at least there is bishop f8, because I was a bit nervous before looking at the move like queen c5 here. Like, you're not doing anything for your pawn on g7 yet, but I guess this requires like a concrete calculation, and probably there's nothing going on yet on that diagonal. So Eric has time to protect g7 at any given moment. Yeah, knight d5 is a very natural candidate move. Bishop f8 is there. Is there anything else that black should worry about? Because in general, white is having a better position. Although probably it's just a very slight advantage, but still, it might count for something. What else? Queen c5. If not knight d5, what else can white play in this position? It is possible that his opponent overlooked this move, queen c5, because it doesn't come as a natural move, because you might actually be worried when there is a potential battery between the bishop and queen like this. Obviously that now a knight is still blocking the battery. You might actually be afraid of anything that happens along the diagonal and start preparing for it, like bishop f8 for example, and probably after bishop f8. What will Eric do in this position? What will Amar do in this position if instead of queen c5, bishop f8 was played? Probably bishop a3 attacking d6. But whenever it happens, there's knight c5. So black is fine. Yeah, so maybe in this position there is bishop f8, it's fine. Queen c5 probably is okay. What does computer say? Knight c5 is the best move. Wow. You really don't care about this mating attack, huh? Wow, this is the best move. Because after knight here, there's always bishop f8 for the same reason. But now, your knight is attacking b3. So maybe that's important. Now, this knight on d5 is under attack. The pawn on b3 is also under attack. So that's why knight c5 is the best move. But queen c5 is not bad either. What about bishop f8 immediately? I think it shouldn't be pretty bad. Yeah, this is pretty good too. So queen c5, I think Eric just wants to equalize the position. Hey, let's try the queen and play this endgame, and maybe in that position it's easier to play because white will not have any mating attack anymore. And yeah, I don't like this move a4 at all. This is how to say, helping black to consolidate the position, to equalize it, and then what's even the idea of it? I mean, in hedgehog I can understand, but in this position it's this Maroxy. A4, yeah. To be honest, maybe you can play f5, but I was just thinking after f5, I think you can just simply take it because black will be, of course, focusing the attack on the center, like with this type of moves. So it feels like Eric was given a free pass here after a4. Like, hey, it's like passing the turn, but with a worse position. I think it would be better even, like in this position. I mean, for white, because everything is protected. In many of the positions, many of the lines, b3 was the target of attack, but having the pawn on a2, it's no longer the case. And from my camera, I think Amar is about to move something. Yeah, our view is a bit blocked right now by the other player, but he made this gesture. He's gonna move something. What could be the move? Queen c5. Will he take it? But if he takes it, then I think Eric will be very happy. Take it with the knight, and then again this b3, this b3 pawn. I think he might be regretting his decision by playing a4, because even without a computer, I can already feel that this is not the way white should play. Why are you weakening your own position? But okay, maybe Amar had a different type of plans, and it's actually not that easy to have a practical approach in this position where you feel like you should press for something, but in reality, there's nothing much to press about. Oh, he played knight d5. Okay, this was the first move that comes to my mind, but after bishop f8, everything is fine. Okay, he might be overlooking something, or he might be over press, because yeah, like what I said earlier, Eric made some opening inaccuracy, and throughout the game, it feels like Amar must be feeling that he has to punish Eric here, but after a few moves, it feels like black is totally fine. Yeah, bishop f8 will happen, I'm pretty sure. I'm just trying to get into Amar's mind here, like after knight d5, what could he be planning after this? Because I think the trait of the queens is inevitable. You have to do it anyway. But I just don't understand this. Because when you trade the queens, it's just making things even more easier for black. You already help your opponent by playing a4, and now this is a tempo that is going to be wasted. The idea is nice. The idea is nice. You just want to get the bishop on e7 and then get the pawn, like this checkmate idea on g7. But after bishop f8, I think it's gonna be backfired. Okay, let's think about this objectively. If we are playing with white pieces here, what would we do? Queen takes c5. If queen takes c5, if you take with the knight, b6 is lost. So you have to take it with the pawns or the rook. But which pawn? Or if with the rook, this is actually possible. The knight has to move, yeah? Where does the knight move? To b4 maybe. Maybe this is what he has in mind, to provoke a5, because if you play a5 here, okay, the knight will reroute somehow to go to b5. I don't know about this, because then it will walk into d5. But I think it's still fine too, because the knight on d7 is also hanging. So after knight b4, I think you have to play rook a6, not to get provoked. And yeah, slowly you try to get this knight into play, probably putting the rook back to c7 and the knight to c5, something like that. Okay, that is if you take it with the rook. But the game went with, after knight d5, Eric played bishop f8, like what we predicted here. Knight went to e3. Is knight better on e3 than what it was on c3? Okay, it's another question. Knight e3. Where does the knight want? Okay, there's one funny idea too. Like probably the knight goes to e3 because it wants to go to g4, with the idea going to h6. If you take, then there is a mate on h8. Funny, but okay, of course, it's still quite a far stretch. Eric will not love it. But here, after knight e3, what should black do in this position? If queen takes d4, bishop takes d4, let's say knight c5, attacking this and attacking this, so you have to take it. Really? Let me think. The pawn on b6 is also hanging too, so there might be some idea that you can just give that pawn for free, like b3 or e4. Probably like this. And after this, bishop takes this. Who is better? This pawn is now kind of hanging. So I think this outcome is better for black. If queen takes, if the other piece taking it, rook takes d4, what's going to happen? I still like knight c5. How are you going to protect this even? No, queen takes d4. Let's go for that. I think queen takes d4 is the best move in this position. Yeah, queen takes d4, but I think white has to take it with the bishop. And after knight c5, if bishop takes c5, maybe rook takes c5. Yeah, black is fine. Black is fine. I mean, white is all right all the ways since the early game. It's just a question if whether black can equalize it or if black can even better. So let's check it with the computer. I just want to try to see if my understanding is correct out of this position. Knight e3, I think you should take on the queen on d4. Queen b4 is, yeah, queen b4, queen d4, even h6. Okay, so black is quite pleasant here. You're not limited to only one option to take on d4, but here you can even play queen c6, you can play h6, you can play queen b4. Black is not having any problem at all, but queen d4 having a slight edge. And actually this is the computer line. Wow, I'm happy with my analysis. So computer suggested queen takes d4, bishop takes d4, and knight c5. And after bishop takes c5, you can pretty much take it with anything, with the b pawn, with the rook, with the d pawn. But I like it better with the rook actually. But they're equally good. B takes c5 is the first choice. I think I can know why. This b3 pawn, yeah. I think the move a4 on move 17 here will haunt Amar for the rest of the game, because you see like many outcomes of the lines in this game. It has something to do with the weakness on b3. So if white doesn't have that weakness on b3, I think white could have done something better, and in fact white could really attack. But knight a3 is still on the board. There's still no move yet from Eric. He still has so much time on the clock. He's ahead on the time situation. So let's go back to, actually some move just played. What was that? I think it's queen takes d4. We are getting blocked again. Okay, now we see it on the screen. Queen takes d4, and Amar is still thinking. Oh no, he already played bishop takes d4. Yeah, this is the correct way to recapture. And knight c5. So Eric has been playing my move. I can brag a bit about my move because it is also the computer move. But again, in Lichess, we usually analyze the moves without seeing the engine first, but only after that, if we want to make a right judgment of the position, then we try to confirm it with the engine. And Amar just played something. What could it be? I think, what did he do after knight c5? Rook b1. Okay, so yes, you see this a4 move. Yeah, he shouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. It's always something with this b3 idea. So, and you don't want to take this one as well, because trading more pieces means black is just gonna be more comfortable in the position. Now the question is, will Eric take e4? I don't think so, because I don't think you would like to trade this pawn with this pawn. But is there any outcome out of this? To be honest, it doesn't look that bad if it happened too. But probably there's a better way on handling this position instead of taking on e4. A move like, let's say, rook b8 here looks a bit stupid, but the idea is not so stupid at all, because you actually want to take this pawn, and then once it was being protected, let's say with f3, get the other rook to c8, and then put the bishop on e7, and maybe slowly bring your king to the center. Oh yeah, white should be fine, but black is also fine here. I think rook b8 is nice. Also, I was thinking the idea of putting the knight to d3. Let's say f3 here. Knight d3 and knight b4. And then put the knight back on c6. I mean, if knight was getting attacked on b4, you could put it on c6. So rook b1 is on the board. What does the computer say after this? Rook b8 is one of the line. Knight d4 is also not bad, I see, because after this you have d5. Yeah, at some point this bishop can sit nicely on b4. But this is very equal all the way. So if you take this pawn, the idea is now you play bishop b4. And now where does the rook go? Let's say the rook goes here. If the rook goes here, you're walking into this line. And what happened after d6? Just take on d6. Amazing, because this rook is hanging. Okay, so d5 is such a nice idea. So you have to go to f1. But if you put the rook on f1, you walk onto another fork, knight d2. Okay, this is more concrete. alternative than rook b8. Rook b8 I think is more positional. So which one will Eric choose? Usually he's going to choose like a more concrete calculation instead of the positional one. The way he thinks is totally opposite to me. Like I would play some positional chess, he would play some abstract chess. But here, yeah, he is in a good shape. He won his game back to back, I guess. So yeah, and today he's playing a very strong player, and a draw I think is a good result. All right. While I still have the camera on Pia, I'd like to go to her game before I'm taking another break, and then we can also update ourselves on the top boards again and circle back. So Pia, oh, Pia is not taking the pawn on d5. Okay, let's check it with the computer whether it is takeable. Yeah, d5, and you actually has to take. Yeah, you have to take it. And then can I take it twice with the bishop? g3 is there. Ah, okay, that's the difference. And after bishop e6, you take this. Yeah, the center is open. And this is probably what Pia doesn't like to have in her position. So instead of going to this line, she chose to keep closing down the center by playing rook ac8. And after f4, queen e7. And after here, knight f6. Yeah, e4 is not really hanging right now because we have this idea like what we saw in Eric's game, the queen and bishop battery trying to get a mating idea on g7. But after knight f6 here, okay, Peter Marcus is still thinking. e4 would have been nice, yeah. I think this is such a nice move. Yeah, you cannot take it because this is mate, and also you're just putting more pressure in the center. You're putting more pawns and space in the center. Okay, looks like it's gonna be quite a complicated game. And as black here, I think Pia has to really be careful because looks like the position is quite better for white. Okay, I'd like to come back to actually the first board because this looks interesting from my camera. What happened was, ooh, our leader is in trouble because now after bishop g3 takes on e4 and after knight f6, okay, he moved bishop d3. This is still according to our analysis. e4, bishop e2. Why? Why not bishop c4? Bishop c4, yeah, is the best move. Of course, it is the best move. But yeah, it is quite surprising actually, this position. Even though white has bishop c4, white is still worse. But he played bishop e2. And now, black is so comfortable in getting his pieces out, bishop. e6, a3, h6, knight h3, and now g5. And just take a look at this knight. Like, it's a pretty sad knight, to be honest, because you don't really have any square to go. And even if you move your rook here, the knight can come back here, but then what's next? You have to move this bishop again, but where to move it? So, looks like after rook he1, okay, black is in a good place right now. He is having lots of space advantage and initiative, obviously. And wow, this could turn the result around then. I mean, Corpa Bense here is leading by half a point. So if he loses this game, there will be many others going to lead with the 5.5. So if Boris wins this one, he's going to lead the tournament. And it would be depending on other result too, like Hammer's result and versus Arnold Riss. if anyone will win as well, then he's going to be co-leaders. Okay. Let's go to see the second board. What's happening there? On the second board, oh, it has been equalized a lot. I mean, many trades here. So after d5, this is a move that I didn't see. Hammer chose to play e5 here. So Arnold took the bishop on c4, took the knight on f6, takes like this, and rook c1, trying to get the pawn back on c4. Rook e8 takes on c4, rook d8. Yeah, black's position looks really nice. Like everything is in place to attack. The only drawback is this pawns. Like this pawn structure could hurt the position somewhat later in the game. But for now, it's still fine. Rook d1. Yeah, stepping aside so that this bishop can actually attack h6. But this one is more important. So now the question is, will Arnold here put more pressure over this pawn or not? Because or will he play a move like king g7 first? Because he can always play any move, yeah, like rook d5 and double up the rook on d5 like that, perhaps. But the thing is, after king here, Hammer is ready to push the pawn, perhaps. But there's this one. But after this, rook e4, I think everything is very concrete. Okay. And in this position, if you play rook d5, this probably is the best move. There is knight c3. Yeah, now the rook has to move again. Yeah, probably not as easy as I thought. Okay, but Hammer will have to be playing quicker here. He only has 16 minutes left on the clock for the remaining 20 moves. And I think that's my cue also to take my break. So I'll be back after a few minutes. Stay tuned. Hello, welcome back everyone. And I just want to quickly see this game because something spicy is happening on the first board and this might change the leaderboard for the coming round. So what we saw here is after rook he1 here, black just continued developing the pieces, putting the rook to c8, bishop d6, and now, okay, this is an offer to trade the bishop, and black just played rook fe8, bishop b5, and now it's time to take the bishop on d6. The thing is now, probably you would think that the bishop is going to capture the rook on e8, but you can capture it with the knight, and knight e8 is protecting the bishop on d6, and in this position, black is happy with 2 pieces for a rook. And therefore, after bishop takes d6, rook takes d6, and rook goes to e7. And I also would like to note the time situation here. Korpa is under a minute, while his opponent still has lots of time, 46 minutes on the clock, and Korpa is definitely in time trouble right now. He still has to make 20 more moves to get the additional 30 minutes. They're playing on the far end of the camera there. Yeah, what to think? I mean, come on, just play something. 30 seconds to go. Will he lose on time? Is he aware that he is under 30 seconds now? Wow, okay, rook e7. Black is totally fine in this position. I think my prediction would be black is going to win this game, not because of the time situation, but mostly because of the evaluation of the position. f3, I don't think I like that move, but probably there's not much left to be done here for white because this is kind of like almost hanging. The rook is set to double up on the c file, attacking c2, and Boris here is a very experienced player. I don't think he's gonna press his opponent's time a lot while neglecting about the quality of his move, but I think he's gonna keep focusing on playing better chess, playing better moves, not thinking so much about that his opponent is now down to 40 seconds left. Oof. This is a tough situation for Korpa to be playing on the 7th round like this. Yeah, I don't have much expectation on white's position now after f3. So let's take a look what's the idea with this f3. If you take this pawn, I think you can take it back because now the rook is hanging, but black is going to use this time to play rook to c7, attacking the pawn on c2, and if you manage to save it, let's say you play c3, one idea is to take it, although now this knight is hanging. So probably the way to continue is to play king g7. I mean, it looks like white is very close to winning this game, and that is just one idea. What could be the other idea? Or black can actually play this one first. Play this one first because c2 is a very important pawn anyway, and white cannot afford of losing it. So probably white has to play a move like c3 or bishop here. Or no, this is a nice trick. This is a nice trick. If bishop a4, b5, if you play here, bishop takes b3. So I think the only move after here, after rook c7, is to play c3, and now black can think of something else. Taking this would be a transposition, I think. King g7 now, f takes e4, yeah? And I don't think you would like to lose that pawn. A6, because I really want to play knight e8, but having the bishop here, the bishop will just take the knight on e8. Yeah, and after this, just keep pushing. And let's say after this, now you take, and then knight e8. This is perfect. This looks like just immediately winning. So f3 might be just losing. Because now knight is attacking the rook on d6. Bishop is attacking the knight on h3. That knight on h3 is not my favorite piece on this position. Yeah, f3 is still on the board. and Boris is still thinking what to do in this position. Let's take a look what the computer says. Yeah, the computer just take on ef3 like this, which is of course very natural. Takes like this. Oh, it prefers king f8, protecting the rook on e7. So now knight on h3 is under attack. What about knight f2? If knight f2, bishop c4, look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. That's such a beautiful tactic. Because now this rook is under attack and this pawn is under attack. And if you take this, it will come as a check first to c2. King moves and then you take the rook on e7. And if you move your rooks, c2 will be hanging. And what rook e2 to protect it, you just take this one first. And then this c2 pawn will lost again, like what we saw before. Wow. King f8, what a beautiful quiet move there. But for one thing for sure, you just have to take f3 and then figure out the rest after. Okay, it looks like after this game, yeah, we will have new leader for the round 8 tomorrow, the penultimate round of the tournament. Yeah. So f3 is still on the board, no move yet from Boris. So let's quickly see and check what is Hammer doing in this position. So apparently, with his creative play, now Hammer is back on the driver's seat. I think we saw the position after rook a d8, rook d1. Here king g7. But king g7 walks on to d5. We saw this position before. Knight e5, rook goes back to c1, takes like this, and now c7 is hanging. You put it on c6, but just take it. Takes. And now probably he's thinking to take it with the pawn. Although he might be also thinking to take it with the knight. But if taking it with the knight, this knight is a better knight than this one, and rook can come to d7, but probably save this one first, yeah, by playing king f2. And then you can play rook d7 after. Or if rook e7 now, yeah, it's going to be quite a long, squeezy endgame for white, but white has a better position. One of them probably is a move like knight d6. You want to put the knight on f5, cement it with the pawn to g4, and yeah, white is going to enjoy the better endgame here. What about the third and fourth board? Because we had Marshall Gambit position on the third board between Isaac Storm versus Frodo Urquidol. So let's take a look on their game. And here we saw the position after Queen e2, I guess. Yeah. So he played f3, and then knight e3 happened, and Queen e2, and knight d5, c4. Okay. So Isaac is still playing according to the theory. Knight c7. Now knight f1. Yeah, I think this is pretty much what you have to do. Another idea is also to play knight e4, but the idea of knight f1 is you want to allow rook goes back to e4. Knight f1, queen g6, and then d4, bishop f5. Now knight comes to e3, bishop d3, queen f2, h5, and f4. Bishop e7, f5. Wow, I like how these players are attacking each other. F5, queen d6, c5, queen d8, and queen takes d4. What is happening? Knight here. Why exchange the queens? So probably this is the best move on the board, but I just like to have the queens on the board, so that we can still see all these attacking moves. Okay, so knight e8. So wow, this is quite surprising, because a move like bishop takes c5 would have been quite natural, but I think I can understand why black didn't do that, because there is bishop e3. And then after takes this, you take with the king first, and now the bishop, where does the bishop go? The bishop has to go to c4, and then you take this, and it's going to be double pawn. Therefore, after king takes f2, Frodo just play knight e8. with the idea of taking it on the next move, and also to play knight f6 probably. And if anything like king e3 happens, and now rook can go to d8, protecting the bishop, or even to f1. Okay, those two moves look good. Okay, knight e8. Now this rook is a bit out of the place. Yeah, because if you cannot really attack the king via the h file, now that rook, what is the rook doing on h5? I think white might be hoping that this pawn is somehow magically disappearing out of the board, because if it happens, then white can try to create some idea with the other rook going to h1 and then threatening a checkmate on h8. But fortunately for black, the pawn is still there on h2, so there is no such mating attack on the h file. And here knight f4, this move has just been played. Knight f4, attacking the bishop. Where does the bishop go? I think I'm still keen on taking this one, although another candidate move would be knight f6, attacking the rook, because if knight takes here, you take the rook like this. What else? I mean, there are so many candidate moves, and maybe this is the best, because where does the rook go? If the rook goes anywhere else, you can take f5. So the rook must... Oh, and anyway, the rook cannot go here because there is a check like this. Yeah, so that is the problem. Okay, so maybe knight f6 is the move then. Because after bishop takes here, the king goes f3, so that the bishop cannot go like that. Yeah, perhaps. And now after knight f6, there is no check on e4, so you can play rook g5. Yeah. So yeah, I think knight f6 is the idea. I mean, you should play it. Knight f6, attacking this, you cannot take this, just like what we saw before. Okay. Wow, white made a sacrifice, knight takes d3, so maybe he thinks that there is no better way to continue this position, but I had to sacrifice. So he did it, knight takes d3, and Frodo automatically took the rook on h5. And now white is down in an exchange. Is there any compensation? There is one pawn and a pair of bishops, but is it enough? Maybe he's hoping that all the pawn storms like g4, and probably g4 is actually the move here. g4, knight here, king f3, and then g5, h4, and then of course putting the bishop on, let's say f4, put the rook to e8 or to e1. Yeah, probably there's some compensation. Oh, this is going to be very exciting match. And what about the board next to it? So let's see Mats Vesby Ellingsen versus Toivo Kenanen. What was the opening before? It was the French. It was the French. So we saw the position after h4 actually. h4, knight e7, b4, takes, and takes everything? No, not taking everything. Because I think after queen takes here, you can take something like this, and black is happy with this position, I guess, like b6, and that's it, yeah? This pawn is going to be quite weak in the end. So knight d2. Knight here, I'm a bit surprised why not bishop a4, but I think after bishop a4, you just take like this and play bishop d3, bishop c2. Yeah, white should be fine. So after knight d2, black played knight c6, knight takes b3, knight f5, and knight goes back to d2, queen c7, rook h3, nice. this move, h4, is just so timely, so that the rook can have a lift to h3 and protecting the pawn on c3. Bishop e7, bishop e2, f5, no en passant, no en passant. Queen c2 is played, and after rook c8, king f1, putting the king into a 7 square. Castle, king g1, so it's now we look like an artificial castle, but now I think the position of the rook is better. Instead of having it on f1, I think on h3 is a better square. a6 and queen d1, b5, wow, g4. Where was I when this is happening? Oh man, this is interesting. And then queen d8. And now g takes f5. Okay, so now the idea is queen d8 is, of course, you want to take the pawn on h4. And oh, by the way, I think Kenanen already has 2 GM norms. I mean, he already in the mid 2500, so one requirement is done. He's already passing 2500 point, and he just needs the final norm, the final GM norm. So there are still 3 games to go, and he might be able to push for a win. I mean, to push for good result to make him getting the final GM norm. So let's wish him the best of luck. But his opponent today is a very strong Norwegian international master, so it's not going to be easy for him in this game. So g takes f5. Now if we are playing with black pieces, what are we going to do? If we take the pawn on h4, I think there is a move like f6 here, intercepting the protection over the bishop with the by the queen. So I don't think it is a good idea to do it. And as we speak, Kenanen played rook takes f5. And I think this is a more solid option, because you're still posing this attack to h4 anyway, without really risking your position. And yeah, now I feel a bit worried about king on g1 here, because it looks like it's so exposed. And I don't see a way to attack the black's king, because the black's position is very solid. It's very solid with this bishop, with this knight, and then the structure of the pawns. So yeah, white really has to be careful. Now the question is, for white, how are you going to deal with this pawn? If you play knight f3, you're hanging this one, I guess, because if you do this, then just keep taking all the pawns. And then if you move it up, this might be the way to go. If you move it up, probably black will play a move like queen f8, attacking this pawn. Yeah, I think this position, black is better. Black is better. Black has no weakness, and in fact, black has more initiative in this board. The pieces are more well coordinated compared to white's, because yeah, all these minor pieces and the queen and the rooks, they are not really in a good harmony to keep up with the game. So you really have to play very carefully here as white, not to lose in an instant. I'd like to come back to Eric's game for a bit, because there might be some moves there. And Amar Elham, I think he used to be a Norwegian champion. I don't know which year. Let me take a look. Okay, I have to see more about this, but yeah, he's still very young and very talented, so let's see if he can pass this obstacle against Eric. Oh, what is going on? I don't like this move. I mean, if I were black, I would hate to have this pass pawn on a5. Did Eric do something wrong here? We left it some time ago. b5. Okay. Knight c5. Rook b1. b5. Oh, that is why. I don't understand this plan by Eric. Why would he play that? Like, this is I would say this is an unforced error, because you don't really need to do a move like b5 in this position. You can do pretty much anything. You can play rook c6, you can play rook b8, you can play the other rook to d8. I think, let me check. Yeah, rook e d8 looks fine, g6 looks fine, knight e4, rook b8 is also fine. But b5, okay, apparently b5 is fine, but I just don't like how this game turns. Okay, takes here, he takes with the rook, and then b4. Rook goes back to c6, takes c4. Probably it's still fine because that pawn still cannot be advanced. Double up the rook on the c file, and then now rook e d1, bishop e7, king f1, king f8, king e2. Yeah, I think these two rooks have to be like this to stop the pawn from moving, but also to stop any activity on this file. Bishop g5, rook here, king e7. Probably still fine, yeah? But it's a risky position with this pass pawn. You cannot really exchange too many pieces here, because probably in the end game, oh, hang on. I think in the endgame it should still be, in the pawn endgame it should still be equal. Like, black can make a fortress with e5. Just imagine that all the pieces are already traded off, like the rooks, the knights, and the bishop already traded off. As long as the king is close to the pawn, so that it's not going to promote, and then you can make a fortress with e5, so that this king cannot really move anywhere here. And whenever you have a move like this, you have one extra pawn on the other side, so you can keep everything close. That you can play f6 here and something like that. But that could be risky. So g3 is on the board, so now takes here. Looks like it's gonna close to a draw, but again, this pawn. But maybe Eric can play something like, I don't know, attacking the b4 pawn, but of course d6 is always be the weakness. So yeah, probably all you have to do is wait, and you cannot play e5 immediately because of rook d5. Yeah, Eric definitely took a risky way in handling this position. Maybe it's just a matter of taste. I mean, I would keep the position close, or not letting my opponent to have a pass pawn, for example. But this one is, yeah, it's quite risky, to be honest. Oh, what does the computer say? Yeah, white is always slightly better. It should be. White can still play for a win. That's what I meant. While black is just trying to hang on to a draw. Okay, but with an accurate play, yeah, I think Eric will be able to hold this position. I don't know. For Amar, I think the a4 move in the earlier of the game was quite a positional mistake there, that he chose the wrong plan for the position, because I think he has to keep playing on the center and the king side, not on the queen side. All right, we can move on to the board of who we would like to watch. Let's go to... Let's go to Phoebe. Where is Phoebe? Oh my gosh, what is going on with this position? Everything is hanging. All right, let's see if I can get her on the screen. Where is Phoebe? Oh, I think she's playing over there. Or maybe not. Where is Phoebe? Oh, she's playing on the far end, like really at the back of the camera. Yeah, we can only see her hair. I mean, not this guy, I'm sorry. On the far end of the camera, like on the middle one. So let's take a look what's going on her game. E4, E6, knight F3, D5. So, oh, B4, what? I know Phoebe as a French defense player. This came as a surprise, to be honest. Like this, I thought it's gonna be a transposition to the advanced variation, but B4 here. C takes B4, A3. Let's see the time situation. Okay, so this confused Phoebe, I guess, a little bit, because she takes 9 minutes to take on B4, A3, another gambit, but she didn't take it. She just played at C6, D4, and then Queen B6. I think she stick into the French structure. C3, bishop goes back to E7, knight here. Oh, okay, the knight has a clear shot to B5 now. A6, but still it doesn't stop it. If the knight wants to go to B5, I think the knight can do that. But here, bishop D3 happened, knight H6, knight B5 now, queen here. Okay. I think I'm not too sure about this queen's move. Like, what's the idea of this queen's move? But here H4, knight F5, G4, knight H6 again. Yeah, probably this is a waste of tempo. With this move, knight F5, G4, knight H6, bishop G5, F6, bishop takes H6, G takes H6, and taking this. Okay, this is quite a risk for Phoebe actually. Bishop takes F6, G5 takes, knight takes, bishop takes, and queen H5. Okay, wow. It is quite a messy position, but probably, I don't know. Is black okay in this position? Okay, now maybe the question is where to move the king, yeah? Where to move the king? King F8 maybe? And then... H takes the bishop. And what to do next? Bishop D7. Okay, bishop D7. And this knight, oh, this knight can move here actually. Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous, but okay, queen E7. Probably knight can just simply take this, put the knight on, sorry, not on D5, but on C5. Yeah, but if the king moves here, you can just take this, yeah? And this position is quite cramped. Like, how are you going to... But maybe here is just rook B8, so that the knight can retreat. Okay, maybe this is this is the better way to play. And then king c7, and I think, I think you just have to move your king to the other side of the board, and because that side of the board is a better or a safer side. And she did it. She did it. She played king d7. Okay. Because king f8 would be quite weakening the king. Yeah, king d7, and now white has to take the bishop. If you take it with the queen, I think this should be fine as well, but white is not attacking anymore when the queens are traded, so probably black will be happy to take it. But of course this pawn is hanging, yeah, so probably just wait and then play something else like rook here, for example, and whenever there is a check you put the knight here, and this knight has to go back when the knight retreated, and you can consolidate your position. Now probably queen c, no, not queen c7, although probably it's fine. Okay, rook here, or even b5, so that the bishop can move. Yeah, but anyway, what Phoebe needs to do is just to play king d7 first and see it later. And the opponent took g5 immediately with the pawn, I think because they are kind of running out of time, so he's trying to play faster. But now I guess the move like rook b8 has to be played, because you're kicking this knight away. Once the knight is gone to a3, let's say, you play king c7. And your position is totally fine on the queen side. And once the bishop goes to d7, let's say the queen goes to f8, and then to f4, the rook comes to f8 again. Yeah, white is going to be very careful not to lose this. H takes g5. Let's see if Phoebe will play rook b8 or not. Okay, 8 more minutes for Phoebe. Okay, she has to play faster. I mean, there are still 20 moves to go. Or probably for her, exactly 21 moves to go. Yeah, now how many minutes? 7 minutes with 8 minutes. Okay, he's still a bit up on the clock, but probably not for long. She has to move faster, like really. Okay, do we have a move yet from Phoebe? We can get back to this game a bit later. And meanwhile, let's take a look at the top boards again, because it's interesting to see how this game goes. Wow, Boris Chatalbashev played according to the engine. Takes here and then king f8. This is the best quiet move in the position. And here the knight, as we see before, if knight moves here, bishop f5, double attack to c2 and to the rook. So here white chose to play rook e d1, because if bishop takes here, this knight is still hanging, so you wouldn't like to trade it that way. But there is rook c5. Interesting. What could be the idea of rook c5? Like if bishop moves to f1, and which he just did actually, bishop has moved to f1, what is the idea here? Knight d5 maybe? Ah, knight d5. This is nice. Now you're attacking both bishop h3 and knight e3. Knight d5 has been played, yes. Wow, Boris has been playing really well here. Knight d5. Now yeah, white has been in so much trouble, both on the clock and also on the position. And now what's going to happen? Knight e3, attacking c2, attacking d1, attacking f1. And not to mention that this bishop is also still aiming towards the h3 knight. Wow, white is totally in trouble. This check will not help. Okay, rook d8 actually just played, because king can just come to g7 without any problem. And Boris just did it. I think it's just an attempt to make more moves. I mean, you are down to 30 seconds on the clock right now. And even though you gain another 30 seconds every move, but this position is very complicated for white to play. As for black, it's very easy. You can have as many initiatives as you want. You can attack the king, you can attack the knight, and rook d3 has just been played. Okay. So now there is this idea. I think you have to calculate it. Oh, maybe this is just it. Takes here, and then knight f4. Oh, no, I don't see any other way. If you go here, of course, if you take it, you can take this. But again, if you play this position, there is rook d5. But of course, white might miss this idea too, like rook here, and then after here, there's another check. I mean, it's just completely losing for white. But that is just very simple, right? In this position, you can just take this, and you enjoy some material advantage after that. You have to take this because there's this one happening as well. If you take this, okay, just takes everything and takes this. That's it. Wow, we will see Boris winning this very soon for sure. Like this is a resignable position. This is a resignable position. Bishop takes h3 is already on the game, and we are going to see knight f4. And I think after knight f4, Korpa will just resign. Knight f4 is now on the board, and I'm actually expecting something here. Oh, rook d7. Okay, one last attempt. Rook 3 d7 just happened, and we saw this on our analysis already. This just one last attempt. You can play many things here. You can even play rook e2. This is winning. You can play rook e1. This is also winning. Black has so many ideas. Even taking this is also winning. Yeah. So which one will Boris choose in this position? I like a move like rook e2 actually, because I'd like to attack this pawn. I think he's going to choose this. He's a very principled player, so I think he's going to just making a guarantee for himself to win this position. Rook e2 is my bet. But this is still the current position right now. Because this one probably is still fine, yeah? Rook here takes, king takes, knight takes here. Yeah, I don't know. This is also way winning already. Yeah, this is also a good candidate move. But rook e2, I don't see why this is not a good move, because you want to take this with a check, and possibly instead of winning something, you just want to checkmate your opponent. Takes this, takes everything. I don't know, like now the bishop, where does the bishop go? Let's say the bishop goes here. Rook takes here. And then, okay, there's still some life, but not for long. This knight is protecting the rook. You can take b2. Next move you play rook b1. Okay, this is winning too. But also rook e1, I think it's more straightforward to win material. Like a piece, not just a pawn. But what did he just do? Okay, he played rook e1. King d2 was just played. I think rook e2 will happen soon. This is still the current position, but now the rook is under attack. You have to put it into safety first, and probably after rook e2, king has to go to d1, and then now you're just gonna take this pawn. But with which piece? probably with this rook, because imagine the position after rook. After bishop goes, because now the bishop is under attack. You give a check here, you give a check here, and then you give another check. Where do I give it to? Probably to this side of the board, and after this, the other side of the board, this one. Yeah, this is the right thing. And after this, you are going to walk into a mate like here. But then there is this one, yeah. There's king f5. Wow, and the king escapes. But I guess it's not for long anyway. I mean, it should be made somehow. Even like this, very straightforward. Rook is going to e5, and the only way to stop it is that you have to do this, and then give up some material. But okay, Boris has so much time on the clock. He's making sure that he's not missing anything, because this is the moment when he is in the verge of winning this game, and it's a huge result, because it's gonna determine the outcome of the leaderboard for the next round. So what he did was rook e2, of course, king d1, and now which rook that he's gonna take on c2, the c rook or the e rook. I think either is totally fine. Somehow I'm leaning towards this rook now, taking this, because I saw some matting net around the center for the king, so that could be nice. But also with this rook, I think it should be fine as well. Here, and then takes. Oh, okay, I like the other rook. I like the other rook better. It's more convincing. Takes this one. Or maybe he's also thinking of playing bishop f5 here, because you cannot take it. This rook is hanging. But in this position, black can take the b2 pawn too, and this bishop is now hanging. Bishop e4 maybe. Bishop e4, and take a look. Maybe knight e2 with the idea of rook c1. That's so nice. That's pretty nice. Okay, so which one that he's gonna choose here? Also, he might actually play rook takes h2. I mean, this is very nice as well. Bishop f5 is not an idea, because you can just simply take it. Maybe bishop has to go here, and then you just simply capture the bishop. h5 is there, or if you want, now you already have an extra pawn from h2 anyway. You can take it with this rook. And then you play rook somewhere like this, and then give a checkmate on the back rank. Oh, I didn't see rook h2 before. Now I think I'm liking it better. Rook takes h2 is my favorite. Because white also cannot do anything on the back rank. The knight on f4 is really useful, because otherwise bishop can go to e6 and attacking the pawn on f7. But now knight f4 is just going to take it if it happens. So rook takes h2 is my new favorite move, actually. Yeah. But anything will do. In this position, white is collapsing. Oh, something just happened. What? Hang on, the black player is not on the board? Wait, am I seeing it correctly? No, he's there, right? I think he's there sitting. Yeah, he's there sitting. Okay. He's just being blocked by Arnold from the second board. Okay. Let's just wait. Let's just wait, because I'm sure he's gonna play his move. Okay, and yeah, we still don't have a move. So apart from taking anything on c2 and h2, is there any other way to continue this position? Even I think rook f2 should be winning too. Let's take a look. Yeah, rook f2 is winning. Anything wins. Actually, rook takes h2 is the best move that the computer gives. Okay, so we're not so far away from the computer here. It's good. It's good. Rook takes h2, rook c takes c2, rook f2 as well. All these rook moves is good. Okay, still no move yet from Boris. And ooh, he took the best move. He played rook takes h2 just from the camera that I saw. He took this pawn on h2, and now I think this is a reasonable position. When the bishop moves, you just take another pawn on c2, and then you're very much in the clear to win this game. Yeah, wow, what a game. Really, he's not giving any chances for Bence Korpa to give some counter attack. I mean, he was just worse from the opening. And what happened? Bishop f1? Did I say it correctly? Did he just play bishop f1? He did. Wow, that's surprising. Why did he allow this to happen? This rook h1, and then you have to play it like this, and then I'll just take this. I mean, it's so much already on the board right now. The idea is to play rook e2 followed by rook takes f1. And then now if you stop it like here, okay, I'm just gonna go here. And then grab this bishop on f1. Okay, I think it's very easy for Boris to find out this move. But he just took on c2. Yeah, but I think I have a feeling that rook h1 is a better move. What does the computer say? Rook takes h2. Okay, both are actually good. 5.4, 5.5. They're equally good. Okay, 5.6 now. Takes this. And the idea is, yeah, you just want to get the bishop. This is pretty much reasonable, yeah. I don't think he's going to make another move. And what just happened? And yeah, white resigned. Rook takes h2, rook h takes c2, and white resigned. And yeah, what a good game. What a good game by Boris Chatalbashev. And he is officially leading the Lewis Chess Legends now, having 5.5 out of 7. We are still waiting for the game of Hammer versus Arnold, because if Hammer or Arnold wins, they are going to also lead the tournament together with Boris. So let's take a look how is Hammer doing against Arnold here. Okay, so we saw the position after somehow here, I guess. This position. So here Arnold decided to take the pawn with the other pawn. And after knight d6, rook b8, rook d2, king g6, king f1, and c5. King e2, c4. Who is playing for a win here? Okay, looks like Arnold is doing an active defense, which is a good approach, obviously. a3, b takes a3, and now rook a8, and this is the current position. Actually, this is very interesting, because now if you want to stop the rook from taking the pawn, if you play knight b4, there is rook a5. Although there is rook d5. Okay, this is quite complicated, and the king will move forward to b4, I guess. But once the king is here, there is knight c6 check. So probably, okay, rook a8. Can I stop it with king b2? Maybe after king b2, a check, and then put the rook on a8 again. Or what about this? and then after this, attacking this. And if you do this, then check. If you do this, then knight here maybe, and then getting this pawn. Okay, it should be quite equalish now. It should be drawish. So rook a8. If Hammer wants to play for a win, what would he do? Knight b5 maybe. Yeah, he did knight b5. Yeah, because with the king it looks like it's very drawish. Knight b5, and Arnold. If Arnold plays this, the thing is a4 is there, and if you come back, knight goes to c3, and white is better. So if you want to do something about it, probably rook a5, and then rook d5. You have to take this risk. Yeah, protect the knight, and you try to just play this position. King goes to f5. Okay, now it can be quite scary. But the king can never go to e6 or e4 because the knight is ready to go to c7 or to c3. Okay, I think Hammer is doing fine. I think he's better. I don't really like this pawn sacrifice on a3 because you are not really forced to do it yet. But maybe he's worried that the rook will come to this side anyway and then take the pawn from behind. So let's see what's the evaluation here. Is Hammer doing fine? Yeah, Hammer is doing fine. This extra pawn really means a lot in the position. Yeah, actually he's been doing fine without that sacrifice. Okay. I just would like to see quickly how is Phoebe is doing, because she's now really in time trouble. Oh, that doesn't look great. Oh, I think she's losing. Yeah, she's losing, and I think she just resigned. So what happened was after queen h5, king d7, takes here, knight here. Okay, she's a bit. I didn't see this move, but yeah, she should just play a rook here, because now after queen h2, there's this idea with queen d6 and knight c7. Yeah, this knight is very important. Like she has to kick it away very quickly, because now she wasted the tempo with knight e7. Now after queen h2, yes, this queen is coming here, and after this queen e5, queen is very centralized. Yeah, there's no harmony in her position. Rook h7, queen c6 here. Yeah, rook e8 I think is forced, but now bishop g6, and after this just rook h8. Yeah, it's losing. Okay, so what about Eric Rosen? Okay, his opponent is nowhere to be seen. Let's see this game. I have a view of the game here and take a look how he is doing. I believe it still should be drawish. Yeah. Okay, and I have a special guest coming. I'll put us on a little break while I'm going to set up the board for a bit. So see you in like 1 minute. back, and I'm here with the leader of the tournament, Boris Chatalbashev. Just won a very nice game against Grandmaster Bence Korpa in a job of London. So while he's here, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
You're leading the tournament. This is a big result.
Yes, it is a big result for me, especially that I had some disastrous tournaments lately. I don't want to mention them even. So for me it is quite good to be in contention for the first. Who knows what will happen, of course, but I'll try.
The good thing is you played black today, so maybe you play white tomorrow, and it's very important too.
Yes, okay. As I saw my black game today, it was okay even with black. But of course, I want to say something about my opponent first. He's a very strong player, no doubt about it. But he doesn't have quite openings, and when he faces someone who can play chess like me, let's say, okay, I mean, you have to pressure him with white. If you don't pressure him, well, then things can go wrong. I mean, he could choose some lines, some slight advantage, some without risk, and that's how the leader should play generally, the leader of the tournament.
Yeah, I think today he doesn't really give so much challenge for your pieces. As white player, of course, you have to keep everything in control. But I think there's something wrong with the choice of his opening.
Yes. He played this e4 that I didn't know. To be honest, I didn't know any.
E4 is the main line.
E4 is the main line.
Yeah.
Okay, he played e3 maybe 5-6 times, so I didn't.
I see.
I had a look only at e3, and e4 was a surprise for me.
Okay, let's just see the
but
game.
I just played logical moves. I mean, I have not done something wrong so far, so so the logical moves should work. I mean, developing pieces and stuff like this.
Yeah, let's take a look. So d4 knight f6. So I was very surprised to see Jobava London playing on the first board actually, but here c5. So
he had played it this a number of times actually.
Oh, really?
He has so many these rare openings. It's his
sidelines.
Many sidelines he plays. It's tough to prepare, so that's why I didn't know e4, to be honest. No, but it seemed logical.
It seems logical to take. And actually, you played the best approach. So knight takes here, and here, and after
here
this,
I had to think with my head. Queen a5 I didn't like, so develop. I mean, this is somewhat instructional game. I mean, when you are surprised and don't know what to do, really. Queen a5, let's say, wins a pawn, but there is huge compensation.
Yeah, there's a huge compensation. The main line is here taking this one.
Maybe.
And then you play knight c6. And then there's one twist here, like after f3, you play f6 and then bishop f3.
Wow.
Okay, this is I play this as white. So
you play this as white.
And I play this as black as well. So something like this. But
this is tricky. I'm not sure I would find this stuff. But generally, I don't know what to do. Knight d7 is developing move. It cannot be bad.
So I thought you played knight d7 with only a few minutes. So I thought this is still within your preparation.
No, it was not. When I am out of preparation, I think what's logical, what's developing. I mean, queen d4, of course, I considered b4 also, some things like this.
The thing is, after knight d7, you're preparing for e5 and then taking this immediately. So I think it's understandable that why you open and play queen d4 like this.
Yes, and I was not afraid even to give a pawn, just to develop fast. It is important in chess. You cannot do much wrong, even if you give a pawn, if you are well developed.
See, our chat has to note that, pieces activity is more important than a pawn. Usually it's the case in the opening. So here he took the pawn on e7, and then you just take c5.
I considered knight f3 as the best move, but I'm not sure, because probably this is theory. Somehow, I suppose other people also had played this, but I don't know what. Out castle. out
Yeah, you would castle. Yeah.
Anyway, and now there is knight e5, which is I was not sure how to face, because one idea is to take rook e8, the other knight f6, knight d5.
I think just take it. Bishop takes, and then I think this position is really beautiful for you. I don't know.
But bishop d3, he wins a very important tempo with this. And then this is actually the problem. I was not sure how to face it, because he castles next. And it's not so easy to take the piece as it might look. And I considered some g6, bishop e5 next. But I'm not sure I would have gone for this, because there is this option, knight f6, knight d5 attacking. My feeling is that black is okay. My feeling, chess feeling. But I have to find exactly how. Because now.
Sorry, what about this? Queen a5 is there.
Queen a5?
Oh, probably just king f1, yeah?
Yeah, maybe.
But now white cannot castle and you play g6, right?
Okay, I cannot calculate the queen f4,
yeah, because now c3, you can just take this and then bishop f2.
Yeah, you are tricky.
This is my specialty.
It's good that I don't play you.
It's my specialty to play some tactics. Yeah. Queen f5, I think white just losing immediately. But of course, this is not easy to find, like especially on the board when you are not sure what to do anyway.
Yes. So he played a long castle, and in advance I saw that I had this very important resource, queen h4.
Queen h4 is very good. Oh, castle first, and after this, be queen h4. Yeah, I think you need to do this. Exactly.
Yes, because all the other moves are just bad for me. I mean, but this works wonders, because g3, queen h5, g4, knight f6. You
always have a square for the queen,
and counterattacking with
counterattacking too.
With,
very good.
So here I was already happy, and I consider that I'm already better.
Yes.
The computer says only slightly so, but I was happy. Big advantage in time, and very comfortable position to play.
Yeah, this is a mistake, because this allows this exchange, because you play knight f6 just very timely. So
he didn't want g3.
G3 should be played, I guess.
Queen h5.
Queen h5, and then now just move the queen. I think. Sorry, the bishop. So because
bishop e3.
Bishop e3, and you have to
maybe
keep the
knight
queen
f6.
on the board. Knight f6.
Why not?
Can I play g4 here?
Wow, this.
Or maybe not. Bishop takes g4. Sorry, I didn't see that. Knight f6.
I mean, I win one tempo more to make you take with the pawn on e3 in this case. So practically he has problems already after queen h4. I mean, the computer says it might be approximately equal, but for black it's so easy to play from now on.
Right, you already achieved what you want from the opening.
And I'm pushing, and he has to defend with only moves.
Knight f6 is great, and I think this is only move. In this position you're already better, but after e4 I just couldn't understand why he played bishop e4. Bishop c4 has to be done.
It was my thinking also. Bishop c4, I intended to play bishop f5, and he didn't want to lose a tempo after the future rook c8, and also, this is coming next. And also because then I play b5, a5.
You're already better anyway. Yes.
So that's why I understand his difficulties, but still I would go for bishop c4. It's just the more active move. That's how I've been brought up to play the most active move, whatever. Because when you stay this passive, it is not working.
Right. You're just dying slowly.
You are dying slowly. That's what happened in the game.
Yeah. So bishop e2, because now where does this go?
To h3, and it's tricky.
Okay.
But
this move.
I was happy. I thought he should go for knight h3.
Giving that away. Exactly. I thought so too.
He is late in development. He should give one pawn for compensation to make something more complicated. Probably he didn't see h6. That's the problem, I suppose. Because it's a very tricky move. I don't allow your knight to come that easy into the game, or giving the bishop away.
Yeah, G5.
Immediately. I'll choose in which moment I'll give the bishop away, but it's my choice.
It's your choice.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, G5. I think your strategy is really precise here. G5, this limiting the knight's move, and now rook HE1, and then now everything comes easy. Put the rook on the C file, and then, okay, here I like your decision playing rook here, because of why would you take on D6 now, right?
Yeah, yes.
And only after this, then you take.
The computer doesn't like it. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. To me, it looks the perfect move. Yeah.
Okay, let me think. So if
okay, it's a knight G1, he suggests later. But come on, black is better. I mean...
yeah, black is better.
One cannot play like a computer. This is the logical decision.
Yeah.
Bishop D6.
I would have taken the
rook
bishop
E7.
too if I were black.
Yeah.
So rook E7, I like this
yeah,
idea.
I have rook C5, rook
and
C7.
F3, and I think he made it because also he was in time trouble.
Yeah, yes.
F3 is
He somehow
he
he felt that knight G1 is too passive. He felt it like this. And okay, the computer says it's not something that dangerous, but he felt that way. And he should use the momentum for the pins. There are pins on the 6th rank, on the E file, so the knight is not really hanging on H3. So it is interesting move, to be honest. It shows that he is talented. Of course he is. I mean, but in time trouble, of course, it's you cannot calculate everything, and it doesn't work that well. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, F3, and you actually played the best computer line after here. King F8 is the best move.
Yeah, it took me quite a long time because there are so many other moves.
Too many moves, yeah.
Yeah,
you can play
that's
rook
the problem.
C7, you can play many moves,
yeah, A6, rook C5, whatever. There are so many moves even without taking on F3
that's
first.
True. Yeah.
And then I understood that bishop F5 here it's deadly. I mean knight F2, bishop F5.
Yeah.
And
like
it is quite important.
If knight G1 here, yeah, bishop F5, and then you take this first letter. Yeah, that's true. And that's why here he played here, but now you have this rook C5, very powerful, bishop F1, and knight D5, yes. And then this
I had to calculate before because it was the main line. Before rook C3, and now he can take two pieces, rook F3.
sorry, rook F3, not rook E1.
Rook, yeah, this is not
rook
very
F3 and then bishop
rook
G.
A3, and I decide this is winning. I mean, 2 pawns, to rook A3. I mean, I'm still active, and rook and 2 pawns generally win versus 2 pieces, especially that badly placed.
Yeah, that is, you might actually win this at some point.
Yeah, knight F2, okay, rook E2, but I'll win something at some point. So I decided I had to calculate this line because, okay, I'm giving material, I have to calculate it before is the logical move, at least in time trouble people play like this. So
yeah, that's true.
I was happy that both pawns are hanging, F3 and A3. It is also important that A3 is hanging.
So he played rook D8, and I think also because he was down to 9 seconds, so he just had to play a move. And after King G7, yet the position is probably still worse. And this is the ultimate mistake,
Yes, but I mean, in time trouble, everyone will lose this.
Yeah.
Okay, before again or something before. It's pretty much the same.
Takes everything.
But this is winning.
Yeah, like this. Rook D2 and take another pawn. It's too much pawn. Yeah, rook D3, and then you manage to get a full blow here. Okay, bishop H3 is pretty easy, I guess. And knight F4. This is
I would play bishop F1 here, but okay, he didn't.
Okay, he gave this, maybe one last try. Even if you take this is also winning, right?
Yes,
like
I know. Again, I had huge choices.
Many choices here. You play rook
sometimes
C2.
this is a problem in chess.
Too many options.
Too many options. You see, win here, win there, and finally you get in time trouble and spoil things. this I've done 1,000 times, to be honest.
Yeah, I can understand. Sometimes even when you have these too many options, you choose like the worst ones.
Yes, after a long thing, you see slight problems here, slight problems there, and
yeah, you have rook e2, you have rook e1, and then here you choose
then
rook e1.
then I decided just to take 3 pawns. That should be
rook h2 is the best. Yeah, here you can play any move. Rook f2.
Yes, I know that rook f2 many moves.
Okay, here and then here. Okay. Takes this.
Yeah, bishop d3, the rook b2.
Yes, exactly. I mean, this is reasonable already. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a very good game. I mean, you didn't give your opponent any chance.
Yes, it was quite perfect from my point of view.
Exactly. Even when you didn't know what to do, you still play quite like very good chess. Like I think what is the recipe of this? Of this thinking, because sometimes most of us, when we are walking into our opponent's preparation and we don't know what to do, and we're really worried that actually we played according to their preparation.
Yes, I was too worried at this point, to be honest. Worried that I didn't know, and somehow in the back of my head I knew that such a move e4 exists. And I say, why I didn't check it? So I was a little bit angry at myself, but I mean, in chess you have to control your emotions. Sometimes you play a very stupid move, but position is still playable. You have to recover.
You have to apologize yourself.
So I was a little bit cursing myself, but then I say, come on, in such a sideline, black cannot be worse, really. It's impossible. So it's my thing. I search how to develop the fastest way.
Even if you have to give up a pawn just for the pieces activity, I think it's important. Thankfully this is not any like sideline in Sicilian, which can be dangerous, right?
Yes. Sometimes when you enter a preparation, some very sharp line, it is way more unpleasant than this.
All right.
And that's why I say his weakness is exactly the openings. Otherwise, he's a very strong player. This game doesn't show anything.
True. I mean, he has played like a very strong game against Frodo Urkedal. If you remember the game with this sacrifice, it was really impressive. I think here with your knight d7, I think you might have confused him.
Yes. And he was not sure if this is a preparation because I played it
quite fast.
I played it quite fast, and he was unsure already.
Wow.
And I didn't know the position, but tried to play developing moves, preferably fast, to continue bluffing him. That I know here, but I didn't.
Do not open your cards here.
Okay.
Keep it for the next 2 rounds because you still need them. But okay, thank you again for being here. Maybe I bring some luck to you.
Yes, you definitely bring me luck. I enjoyed here, and thanks for inviting me.
It's my pleasure.
It is quite a pleasure for me. Also, I've played in Jakarta Open.
Oh, really?
Many years ago, and I remember you from there also. And okay.
Maybe Indonesia Open, not Jakarta Open.
I don't know how it was called, Jakarta or Indonesia.
Which year was that? 2013, 2014?
Yeah, somewhere like there.
That's Indonesian Open.
Yeah. So I enjoyed there. So thanks for the hospitality, although you are not the organizer there.
But we Indonesians are very well known for our hospitality.
Okay.
Anyway, I will let you go. Have your dinner. Have a good rest, and good luck for tomorrow. You will need it. And I will put us on a break while we are putting the boards again. So see you in a bit. That was That was the interview with the leader of the tournament, Boris Chatalbashev. Wow, I hope you enjoyed the interview because I really enjoy interviewing him here in the studio. And I think we can take a look what's happening on the second board because it's very important to the outcome of the tournament. We have Hammer versus Arnold Riss here. And let's see what's happening. I think Hammer is increasing his advantage in this endgame. So I think the last moment was Rook A8 here, Knight B5. I think we saw it this far. And after Knight D3, King C3. So Hammer is just trying to, trying to improve his position, especially the position of his king. And Rook F2, Rook A5, and Rook B2. Okay, let's see if Hammer can convert this into a victory because, well, he's up a pawn right now. Although I don't know how big of an advantage because that pawn is double pawn on the A file. And meanwhile, I think his opponent would just sit and wait because there's nothing much that Black can do but wait in this position. So Knight D3, Rook B1 again, Knight E5. I think they were playing those moves because, well, they are trying to get to the 40 moves so that they can get an additional 30 moves, in which after that, Hammer will try to think what is a better move to make. Okay, and let's see, and Rook A4, Rook B4. This is the current position right now. Both of the players are no longer in time trouble. There are additional 30 minutes for each player. And let's go to other games. Let's see, Eric. How is Eric doing against Amar Elham? Do we have any improvement in this position? Because I think we've seen this position already like an hour ago. What was the move again? Yeah, I think there are some pawn movement, but that's pretty much it. White is trying to improve the position for sure because White is, I think, slightly better because of the pass pawn. But is it enough to win the game? Because now, pawn move there, but Eric enters the back rank, and now H6, King F4, F6, and Rook B3, King B7, Rook B2. Okay, I'm just gonna see the moves quickly because okay, yeah, almost no improvement. Yeah, Rook C3. Could they be agreeing for a draw soon, seeing that there's no improvement on the board? But Amar has been playing quite long games. Like, he played a long game yesterday and the day before as well, trying to convert his slight advantage. But the difference is in those games, he was really better. But in this position, I think White should be quite stuck here. I don't see the way to improve the position. What does the computer say? Yeah, only 0.0 even. Okay, plus 0.1. Almost it's... Okay, the advantage is almost non-existent. Okay, looks like Eric is bouncing back from his loss, really. Which round did he lose? He lost in the second round, I guess. But since then, he's been drawing and winning his games. So he should probably quite in a good shape now. Yeah. It is his opponent's turn to move, actually. But he's looking away. Probably trying to imagine what type of position, if White would like to get an advantage, what could be the position? Like, it's so hard to get it out of this position right now. Okay, he just moved something, blocking the check with the rook. I think it would be easier to keep both rooks on the board because you have full control over the c file, and then just move the rook elsewhere, like to c4 or to c1. I think it should be enough to make a draw. Okay. Rook d3 is on the board, and rook c1 was just played. Okay, so I think we're gonna see this repetition. Rook d2, and then put the rook again on c3, and then rook c1 again, and yeah, soon they are going to shake hands and sign a score sheet, and that's the draw. I think we can go to the other games. Let's see how the game is going. Whoa! Isaac Storm is storming Frodo with his pawns right now. What's happening? So there was an exchange. There was a sacrifice before. I think in this moment, yeah, knight f6, knight takes d3, knight takes here, and then let's see, yeah. So for this exchange, white is trying to attack with all these pawns. So let's see. Push, 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 and h5, rook e4. Okay, rook is at least now being centralized. h6. Okay, I thought it was pretty great, but I think white is in need of the light square bishop. Without it, I don't think the attack is that dangerous. So probably Frodo is fine here. It looks scary with the pawns, but I don't think you can move any further. All right. Hammer is still doing fine, I guess, with after rook b4, rook a8. Yeah, this was what we saw after rook a8, and then a4, and then rook a6. Okay, what about the fourth board? This is pretty interesting as well. It was. Whoa, what a sacrifice. Is it enough though? I'm not sure. So, Kenanen sacrifice an exchange, I believe, somewhere here. Okay, let's see. Takes here. Ah, this is it. Yeah, after rook f5, bishop d3, he sacrificed this exchange, hoping for more initiative, but is it the right call for this sacrifice? Let's see. Takes, bishop c4, rook here, rook c7, bishop h6, a5, and then rook fg3. Okay, I don't know whether the sacrifice is the right call here. I can see why he did that because of the pass pawn on a5, but I think he needs this rook, and once he exchange it, it's gonna be hard. Or maybe, okay, both of the players were in time trouble, so probably the moves are a bit inaccurate. After this, you play bishop e2, takes, and now somehow the rook is back to the game. Bishop g4, king g3, bishop h5, f3, and trying to trap the bishop, but also to put the bishop into play via this g6 b1 diagonal. Takes, and then now it is black to move. Okay, the clocks, they will be updated because now, okay, Kenanen is surely having time on the clock. It's not 000, but yeah, is it time to play bishop g6? Or is it time to play a4 first? I think in which case, okay, in either case, I think the pawn will be stopped anyway. Yeah, I don't think that well, actually, the sacrifice could probably be a good decision then, but the follow-up moves probably are not the best ones, because the resulting position, I think white is just better in this one, because you will never be able to get this pawn into the play. What does the computer? Yeah, computer also agrees. This is better for white. But I think I like that sacrifice before, just not the follow-up moves. Okay, where was that? Here, yeah. The sacrifice was the right decision. I like this one. But then, takes, bishop here was already a mistake. He didn't take h4, which is surprising, because if I sacrifice an exchange like that, I would like to get as many compensation in return. I don't know what he was afraid of, or maybe he was trying to get something else, like knight b3, knight goes to c4, even if knight goes, knight b3, I think you have to take, because you cannot afford of having the knight on c5. Knight takes b3, rook takes b3, a5, something like this, and yeah, with two bishops and without knights, because knights are very tricky in this type of position. Yeah, without knights, I think this is a preferable position to play. But instead, he played bishop e8. I think this is still not the end of the world for black, but let's see how... Oh, king h2 is actually a mistake. Okay, now takes on h4. a4. Bishop here. Okay, this is a mistake, but it was made because I think black was also... Okay, 2 minutes. It's still quite in time trouble. What is the best move here? B takes a4. That is the best move, but that's a very hard call to make if you don't really have time on the clock, because the whole idea of a4 is to open up the b file, which might be dangerous, like let's say here, and then bishop a3, and then put the rook on b6, but the bishop will come to b5 very timely to stop rook b6, and if rook b6 comes right away, there is bishop b5 too. Still, you allow this to be taken. Let's say rook takes here, but then bishop e2, I didn't see that. And you probably lose control of this or this. Rook e3 and bishop back here. And after rook here, bishop g5. Now this is hard. In time trouble, it's very hard to find all of these moves. Yeah. So he played bishop g5 right away, not taking first. But there's one big difference, because now you don't have a pass pawn anymore. Takes, and then knight b3, and I think until then, after everything was being traded like this, white is better. Yeah, okay. White is better, and then white has been playing very precisely actually. And then rook here, and after f3, limiting the bishop on h5, g5 takes, and then yeah, this is pretty much almost over for black, but well, probably it could still be tricky. We'll see. And who would like to see? So Hammer is still doing, I think he's doing fine. And Frodo, we saw his game. Let's see Gretarsson. Ooh. Okay, that's the wrong camera, but let's see this. Gretarsson, how he is doing against Marius Duer. This should be very interesting, but we have an opposite card bishop. Black probably is better, yeah, because of the position of his pieces like this. Attacking b2, attacking b4, and then this is a hanging pawn or isolate pawn in the center. So, but this is still very much defendable, so probably this could end with a draw. Yeah, this could end with a draw. And yeah, before I wrap things up, let's take a look again at Eric's game, just to see how is this going. Yeah, looks like it's nothing much going on. Yeah, you just don't exchange your rook. Just play rook c1 again, for example. Yeah, and then we just happen actually. Yeah, have full control over the c file. Do not trade any rooks. Then just sit and wait because the position is fine. Okay, it looks like it's almost a draw. I mean, they've been playing here and there without a clear plan anyway. Just wait and see. So looks like it's a good result for Eric, but for Amar, I think it is another draw because he's been drawing his last 2 games and this could be the 3rd one. All right, so it's been interesting today. We'll just have to wrap things up. Okay. Yep. Today it's round 7 and we had the leader of the tournament, Boris Chatalbashev, with us before and sharing his insight of the game and well, the round overall. And yeah, so he's going to lead the tournament with 5.5 tomorrow. So it is going to be depending on Hammer's game. If Hammer could win, then they will share the lead and possibly playing against each other. But if Hammer makes a draw, then it means Chatalbashev will be leading it alone. So we'll see what's going to happen tomorrow. But before that, I have to thank you for all the support from our Lichess community on Twitch and on YouTube. And today has been, I think, very interesting. And tomorrow, it's going to be round 8, penultimate round of the tournament. Yeah, one of the last ones to finish, and it could be very crucial because the first winner could be anyone now. It's very close match and between many players, so we'll see what's going to happen tomorrow. And thank you so much for tuning in and watching it with Lichess, and have a good evening or have a good day wherever you are right now, and see you again tomorrow. Bye bye.